All right, good morning, everyone. So we got this Zotac GeForce 9600 GT here. It does not work, unfortunately, so we're going to try to get it working today. First thing we're going to do is take apart the actual graphics card, so we're just going to take it apart quickly. Won't take long to do, and we'll take it apart, check it over, make sure we're fixing up the components that need to be fixed. So we have to take off the screws here. Voila. And all we need to do is take off these 4 screws. And just like that, we got that off. Pretty easy. There's the cooler. Shove it at the die. Needs to be cleaned up a bit. I have my brush. A little dusty. Nice soft brush, works really good for cleaning electrical components. Don't want anything like hard bristles. Don't want to knock any components off. Don't want to have to replace anything we don't need to replace. So it looks like everything on the front side is good. I'm pretty sure I checked this out before. Everything's good. I did have to fix these 2 components already. Not the greatest solder job, but it works. Yeah, so what we gotta fix is we gotta add on a MOSFET. That's just for one of the actual display outs, DVI. It's DVI, and that's what's on this card, as you can see. Now we gotta fix up that. So I'm gonna need something to scratch that. That way I can expose the copper pads since the component that actually got ripped off, one of the SMTs that got ripped off, ripped out the trace. I can just scratch away to a certain spot on this card and attach back to it. Add a little bit of solder to it. Good morning, Duck. I'm gonna grab my coffee. So basically what I'm gonna do here is scratch away this a little bit here. A little bit of the epoxy plastic. Just to expose some of this copper, hopefully here. I don't have a grinding tool, so this works. Almost there. Need a little bit more off this side. Almost there. And careful, don't go too far. There we go. Maybe show that. And now we expose that little pad. That's something to put some solder to. Give it a little bit more, just to make sure we don't have a whole bunch of plastic epoxy near it, and then I'll brush it off. Just to make sure it's good to go. That looks good. That looks very good. I think that'll do. That'll do, donkey. That'll do. Sweet. And I also noticed we got to replace a component down here. Right here. I got some flux ready. Just gotta get the soldering iron ready now. Yeah, we're not gonna be using the greatest soldering iron, but you know, it works. It works, it works. Oh, I slept wrong. My back is very sore. Very, very sore. All right. So these pads. Should replace those spring screws with new ones. Got a box of PC hardware and graphic card hardware, so I'll just go through and find some more springs in. They're a little rusted. Again, I got this card out of an old scrapyard, electronic scrapyard, so it's a little rough. Again, that's okay. We can get it working. We can get it working. Let's see. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, but day 9 is a no-go. Hopefully you're having a good day, though. And then we got a daughter board here. We got a daughter board here, and we're gonna see what we can do. See if we can place that little component right there. I found one I can use. It's well, wait, I put 9 tweeters. Yeah, the sounds. All right, so then it's like it's getting warm. Let's work on this component. Let's say it's warm. Go. I probably can't even see it, but it's right there. Right there in front of my thing. I know it's probably hard for you to see it, but it's there. It's there. We need to fix up this area here. Go. Need to add on. Need to grab a component, this component right here for the other one. Just go into make another one on this side. Take away some of the solder. What's the other side? Should be a good hold. Some kind of frame there. Let's do back and forth. Go wipes. And then hold the solder down into it. Now I'm going to switch it over. Yeah, I know, you can't even see on the camera right now the one component I have to solder. Still, right there though. Desoldering is a bit of a technique too. You just gotta make sure you're doing it proper. Yeah, you still want to mix. You don't want to put too much heat to it, but you need enough heat that way. It's good to flip the board as you put the heat to it. It's good to flip the board and go to the other side, even if you're not getting the component off. You're not getting the component. It's okay. Not the end of the world. Basically, you just flip it. Eventually, the board warms up enough to where when you start working on the other side's nice and soft. The solder's nice and soft, and the component can come off. Come on, get down. Get off the tweezers. There you go. So there's a component there. I don't know if you can see it. Then I need to grab a voltage board here, just to make sure it allows certain voltage to go through. Yes, in here. So heat, and that's where flux comes in handy. Flux really comes in handy. Like, it really does come in handy. It's okay to use lots, especially for bigger components where you gotta have a lot of, you can see the traces too. When you see there's a lot of traces, that's where it's gonna be more copper as well. So you gotta want to make sure you use flux the way it warms up all the board around it. So that way, when you put the soldering iron to here, it's not just going to wick away all that heat and mess everything up on you. And I'm doing this with a really crappy soldering iron, and it's not like you need the most expensive equipment to do this stuff. You just need to know some techniques to do it. Make sure you're careful. I'm going to clean this tip though. There we go. It's going to be a little smoky for a second. Yeah, I'm flipping back and forth to use different pad. I'm not working at too much temperature. Flip it again. Go from the other side. See where there's a single pin. Oh, look at that. Getting off to a nice one. Then I have one more side to go. And here. Come on. Just need to hit it a little bit and top it up. Voila. Now that should be all the components that I need. So, and then I gotta set that down. I don't need this anymore. And I'm gonna use lots of solder. Don't be shy. And then I'm gonna get a bunch here. Again, don't be shy with it. Yeah, put my components up on some. I like to use a nice white surface basically, so I'll use the flux top so you can see some of the components. That way I don't lose anything, especially this little guy. And there we go. We harvested some of our components off the donor board. Fairly easy to do. Yeah, it's smaller than a grain of salt, though. Yeah, harvested, yeah. Yeah, that one little black one's it's a small one. Okay, and I'll flip this around, and then go. What I'll do for you is make it so that way you can see. We're gonna add on the big component first. We're gonna go easy mode here first. It'd be great. Here. Okay. I'll flip this around now. Hopefully you can see this okay. I know it's not the greatest, but yeah, we're gonna hit the flux first. So warm up these pads, get them all nice. Yeah, you can see the solders. I know the camera probably doesn't show it that great, but you can see the solder. Solidify, that's good enough. Board's somewhat heated a bit. We can grab our component, and we're going to need to add some solder to our actual soldering. Gonna line this up. So, again, I like to use core flux wire. How far can I zoom? It gets kind of blurry, but there you go. I can zoom that far. And the component we're working on is this guy. Is that okay? I'm gonna try to make sure my hands aren't in the way. Really good. That's good? Okay. As long as it looks okay. And so we're gonna need some actual soldering wire. I like to use this it's 0.8 millimeter core soldering wire, sort of core flux soldering wire. We just need to add a little bit to the tip. Do not need to go mad with it. Like seriously, really do not need to go mad with it. Just a tiny little bit. That way we're not adding too much. It makes it look bad. And as we're around these other components, you gotta be very, very careful that you're not. Okay, so that was the one side, and that's literally it. That was the one side. Like, I can already hit it with my needles and it doesn't move. That's it. This, it's on hot, like only one temp, right? It's only one temperature with this, unfortunately, so. Okay, now we gotta go from this side. Hopefully we can see that okay. This is where it is. Maybe add a little bit more solder. And awesome. There we go. Again, just back to a little bit. As you can see, that little ball, that's it. That's what we need, a little bit. Tip there. And I do wish I had a better soldering iron because that would look better too. But I do believe, I'm gonna check it out first. So what we can do is just do a little grab and pull test. Doesn't go anywhere. That's all we need. And like you should be able to, like with these bigger components, like basically lift up the board, as you can see, and it doesn't go anywhere. Yeah, it doesn't look great, but you don't have the best tools for it. This is where hot air comes in handy with these kind of components, but you gotta be really careful with hot air. Like you really gotta be careful. You got all these components around it that will heat up. You need to put, well, you don't need to put blankets, heat protectors around the components, but it does help. Just putting up some of the flux here. It was, there's no part there. It got ripped off. Yeah, so as you can see here, this is the other side of the connector. That's what this is for. Now we have all three on this side. Again, doesn't look great, but it's solid. Not gonna go anywhere. Now we're gonna work on this one here, which is the exact same component as this one, which once you start learning about these boards and that, I have it right here. Comes from the PCIe slot from here, which is the exact same thing from there, but this one has two of them in series. You get good at not even having to use a multimeter on certain things. You can see that the components are bad or missing. And if they're missing, well, guess what? That means you gotta replace it. And then that's when you gotta do some searching around. So that's what I did last night after the stream and during some of the stream was make sure I'm adding on the same components. You know what? The one I'm putting on, it even looks a bit newer, which is nice. Better than I have on it. Yeah, I wish I had another soldering iron. Did work a lot better than this one. That one being left with an odd shaped solder joint. Keeps making a ball on it. Yeah, we need a little bit more solder. It's a little much, but I should be alright with it. And there we go. Should be good. Yep. Around, say moving on board, and then go anywhere. Yeah, generally I would have a multimeter, but I don't have a multimeter anymore either, so I would show you some tricks for the multimeter, because they're just easy to do. Once you know how to use a multimeter, it's just good to test stuff out, make sure the correct ohms are going through it. Certain components, the correct voltage. What up there, Hooves? There we go. Set this little guy on. That's him right here. Doesn't look the greatest, unfortunately, but should work. And now we got the little one. When I say the little one, we got the little one, the tiny one, the not so fun one to solder. This little guy. And that's gotta go. There we go. Or I had to scratch away some of the pad to reveal some of the copper trace because when they got ripped off, it really got ripped off. Now this one here, because there's no actual solder pad that we can hit it, we gotta add solder to it. So what we gotta do is add a little bit of solder, but this is not gonna be easy. We got to heat this whole area up. Okay. On a good joint. What coffee? There we go. I don't know if you can see that. Right here, I just added some solder. As you see, I can grab it. Yeah, if this works too, I'll be really happy. Not sure how I muted myself there. So we have to put it back together here. And test it out. I know you couldn't really see that, but that's okay. It's a really small component. Everything's zoomed in. Do you know what, Yanni? You know, never reball the GPU. You need fairly good components to reball a GPU. Like actual hardware to do it. This is a Zotac GeForce 9600 GT 1 GB model. Not ancient. No hurt its feelings. It's old. Not ancient. Not my oldest graphics card. Yeah, you need some pretty expensive tools to do GPU reball. Yeah, that's for the 500. Look for the 1 gig. The 1 gig, this model. Some places they're selling for like a lot. I would love to be able to find one of these still in box or has a box with it. It'd be awesome. All right. We'll try her out. Plug it in, plug it in. What she said. I sold my old GPUs during crypto mining. Yeah, probably. A lot of people did. My remote. Go. Dad. Come on, baby. Still no. Still no. Can't do much if it's dead, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, they're expensive though, man. Those electronic repair shops, they are pricey. Check over the board again here. Should be not missing anything. Plug in and see if it'll get warm. Yeah, here actually, try this again. Thirty ACI. Yeah, 400 to 500 roughly is what you find them at right now. Still no, man. There, strip it down, see if the cores maybe when the components go off and they plugged it in and toasted. And then toasted. There are some components that are warm. Some components that are warm because of the solder hanger. What to do really if you're soldering? It's a shame if the core is done for it. A shame. For all above, you're gonna need like 24 minimum. Depends on what detail there is, right? You're gonna need more VRAM for more detail, of course. And the core. ID. And the core. Alright, see if it warms up. Yeah, the core does get warm. Core does get warm. That's always a good sign the core gets warm. No, it's not. Let's go, Dab. Nice. The core does get warm, guys. Core does get warm. Okay, so we're gonna put it back together and then we're gonna load it into Windows and see if it's reading the card. Oh, this board only has TVI though. Oh, of course. Of course. And not have anything else. Hey, Zardy. I know I'm not a friend. Who the hell is playing at 8K now? Like, really? It's doing at 8K? Yeah, some of those older MSI cards are actually, or MSI armor cards are actually pretty good. Some of them, you get some really good bins on them. Some. Alright. Alright. First one. Well, we're 2, 6, 10. Cheers. There you are. Beach. Go. This bad boy. Alright. Wow. You can't see it, Zardy, but I'm giving you the finger. I don't know. Yeah, the graphics driver. It's only showing one card though. Only showing one card, guys. Oh, suck. I got the 9600 GT in with the GT 610. It's not showing the 9600 though. Check the core with my finger and turn it on. It does get warm. Man, and it's not even showing 610. Not showing the other card, unfortunately. Man, and I checked device manager. Already checked it. Just a 610. It doesn't even give me an error for anything else, which means it's not even detecting it. This means there's something wrong with it. Not to work. I think the move is I should check things over, but I thought it would have been fine. I put it in, was going to use it, and then it just didn't work. So I figured maybe, check it over, and yeah, there's components missing, but I think there's components missing that might have been more needed than I thought. Because the core gets hot, but I don't know. I just put everything on that was supposed to be on it. Again, I checked the PCB diagram for it. They're all on there proper. I think. If it was just a memory issue, you would still see the card. You can still see the card if it's just a memory issue. Which some of the components were for memory. Hey, Dab, Dab. What you talking about? What you talking about, Willis? Yeah, I've already checked it with the other monitor, and it doesn't even post up a display. Yeah, I'm kind of sad it doesn't work. I got it working before, like I said, when I first got it, it never worked. I got it working. This time around, don't think that's a go. Don't think that's a go. Nah, I've replaced all of them. I replaced everything that was missing. Unfortunately, I think something went haywire when I turned it on after the move. Because it doesn't even give me an error anywhere. No, doesn't get detected at all. Like the core itself warms up, but the back of the card doesn't seem to warm up at all. Nothing's warm on it except for where the fan is, and I tested with my finger on the core. The core gets warm, so I'm not entirely sure what that is. And generally, with a card that's still working, you can plug it in, put it in the system where you can actually see a display and see that it's there. It's actually showing. But if it's not showing, there's something else wrong, or maybe the core is done for. But generally, when the cores are done, they don't get warm. Like it gets warm, she gets toasty. But I don't know. And I replaced everything, even added on. Yep. Yes. You can only do so much. I've already done everything. What I can do. I can only do so much. I don't have a multimeter anymore, so I can't check stuff out. The card could still work if it has tighter timings. It's just it might not be stable, and or it'd give you artifacts. I'm thinking. You never changed the BIOS? Nah, you've never worked with a bunch of RX 5As before, trying to get the maximum amount of overclock on them. It's fun. It's fun doing the straps on them. It's fun doing changing the VBIOS over. You can make it just so you have basically unlimited amount of core clock, because generally on those cards there would be like a limit how far you can put the core clock. You basically put unlimited core clock or unlimited RAM clock as well. And holy moly, did it ever overclock better. And then you can tighten the straps. Oh, how's it going? How's it going there, master? Like nothing on the back of the car is warm. The only thing that's getting warm on it is the core.
which means something is not right, man. Yeah, tuna straps on them. Yeah, it would be nice. I hear ya. I hear ya. RTX 5060 Ti 16 gigabyte versus 5712 gigabyte, which is better. 5070 still. My name is IBM's Master, just in case anyone says it's wrong. What's up, Master? Oh, what's going on right now? I'm switching it back. Not much more I can do. No, switch your legs. Dun dun dun. Damn, there's not a bit of an angle of the angle there, eh? Wee. A bit better. That's so unfortunate. So unfortunate. Yeah. And 450? Never even heard of it. That sounds more appropriate. One sec. I'll check the Discord. I'll check it out.
Yes, the water inlet is the. You talk about the water inlet? Yeah. Server. Yeah, it's a dual CPU server. Are you talking about the inlet on that? The ski block? It's a pretty cool looking block. Yeah, the inlet is the one on the right side on that picture. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the inlet is on the right side. Yeah. So that way when it goes in, it can fan out and go across the fins appropriately. Yep, yeah. Well, help, that's it. That's how you do it. My back is so sore. Oh, looks like it'll perform pretty good. Looks like it'll do just fine. It would be better if it had denser, like more fins, but it's a machine part, so it can only go so small. No signal, and it doesn't even show up. No components on the back of the car warm up. The core gets hot, that's about it. I helped to hear you to 35C at 250 watt. In stock. No one can afford it. No one can afford it. I've already done it. I've already done it. Trust me. It's not like this is my first rodeo. Not my first rodeo. Brutal though. Actually brutal. Sucks. Nice MXT no stock, but yeah, it's done. She's done. I should have checked it over after the move, make sure everything was good, but when I plugged it in, yeah. Yeah, I shouldn't have plugged it in. Yeah, it's a crazy price. Crazy price for the 5090 right now. Absolutely wild. Yeah, I know, and they're also replacing the 9070s. They're not restocked in 9070s, basically. They're restocked with the 9070 GRE. So, what is what it is there, right? Well, restocking it. They're not restocking it. Nope. They are not China exclusive. You'll see them everywhere. I didn't say 9700 GRE. 9070. Jesus. Yeah, AMD gave a bunch of content creators that weren't even in China the 9700 GRE. Yep. Crazy priced. Yeah, I know. Yeah, the 9700 XTX is not terrible price. It's really expensive here in Canada, though. You could pick them up for like $2,000. No, thank you. 5080, they're like $2,000, just over $2,000 here in Canada. Guys, I'm sore. Ah, so sore. Oh, or so sore, so sore. Dun, dun, dun. I hope the 9070 XT is cheaper. It's not even close to being as good. A lot slower. The 9070 XT in some things is around the 5070. Around. Not saying it is. It's around. Yeah, they're not. Yeah, it's so expensive. It's insane. It's their top card, right? It's not the top line card. They're not going after the higher end market. They want to sell more cards. Never know, because they sold so many cards this year. Yeah, yep. They can't. They can't. They technically cannot compete. They will go high end because they did a plan basically this year to do the medium end cards, right? No, we're talking about, native. FSR, man. What is FSR? Skeets, calm down. What is FSR? What is FSR? It's the same goddamn thing. IMPC is just 10K maybe a game station. Yeah, it's crazy prices. Yeah, yo, should I go for a secondhand build? I got a little less budget. Why not? If you can get a good price for the build, then yeah. Why would you not support more NVIDIA? Because there are more NVIDIA. Yeah. And FSR, I like how AMD made FSR compliant for all GPUs, not just AMD. Again, it's the same thing. DLSS and FSR is basically the exact same thing. No, it didn't work. Core gets hot, but nothing else does, and then can't seem to get it working. Doesn't even show up. Not even when I'm in Windows, doesn't even show up. What do you mean you didn't test it? You said a secondhand build. It's already pre-built. You just can ask the person to test it right there and then and there, or get him to make a video of it beforehand. Yeah, it's somewhere up there. It's around 80% or maybe even 75% now. Again, AMD sold a lot of graphics cards so far. They've sold a lot of their cards. But they couldn't even keep up because they're so small of a company. Yeah, I can't get it working. I shouldn't have plugged it in after the move without checking it over. I thought everything was fine. I plugged it in. I'm pretty sure I fried something that's I won't be able to fix. Yep. Yep. That can happen, but it doesn't really happen in the States and Canada and other places. More happens in China and other places. Yeah. Yeah, they made a 1590D. 1590 Dragon. But it's not global yet. The 1590D is not global. Yeah, one guy that probably faked it. There's one case, buddy. There's only one case. He probably faked it just to make some news. Yep, they also made a 4090D. Yep. Not one missing VRAM chip. The whole core, the whole GPU core was gone. Yeah, it's probably fake. I've already gone through all this. One person. Only one known case. And the guy is literally, he's just some random. So can be made up just to make news, make people talk about it, make videos about it. Yep. Yeah, not sure what they've probably put the core into, to be honest. Not sure what they're doing with the cores, if they will replace it. Replace or make their own PCB for it. Yeah, no, he bought it. He bought it secondhand. Well, I mean, yeah, the quality control in PC parts is, yeah, not like it used to be. I mean, look at the ROPs, the missing ROPs. That should have been caught too, but it wasn't. The card passed tests, certain tests, but it didn't. They don't have a ROP test. Yep, that can still happen too. At least in the IHS. That's brutal. No thermal pads. How do you know? But how do you know that they didn't take it apart and just took off the thermal pads, cleaned it up real good beforehand? Right? Did they make a video of them taking apart the card, open it brand new out of the box? No, they didn't. I mean, Gigabyte had some issues with their new, it's thermal, I don't know what you want to call it, goop, basically. Thermal putty is what they're using, and their machines put too much of it on, and it just made it so that way it visually did not look good. Didn't harm the performance at all on the first batch. On the first batch of cards, and then people complained about it, even though if you hook it up, you're not going to see it, whether you have it vertical or horizontal, but they still complained about it. Yeah, it's something to complain about, right? They gotta find any little thing they can to complain about stuff. Yep. It's best to always test it and or get, valid running stuff onto it. They got firm mark for temperature and whether or not there's skipping of some sort or artifacting. Yep, I still buy stuff used though. I know what I'm looking for, and whether or not it's working or not, I generally can fix it up. Generally can fix it up. Yep. I can't really afford to buy stuff new, so secondhand is the way to go. Yep. Can be really good. Can be really good. Can be. If he's buying a brand new, then the core should have thermal paste on it. If not, something went wrong. It's brutal. It can be very, very bare, and the prices are just wild. I mean, absolutely wild for pricing. Really sucks. It really does suck. Absolutely wild. It's a common phrase used boards to put too much voltage into CPUs. Yeah, they do. Yes, they do like to charge too much. Yes, they do. Unfortunate, but they do. Yep, basically new price. It's wild. It's wild. Same thing with the 4060s and 4060 Ti's. Fairly similar, but not too far off. It's just Australia is so far away for all these manufacturers to be shipping stuff. That's why things cost more. Shipping costs. Shipping import costs are way higher. My back is so sore. In 2021, I bought my 3070 Ti for $1,400. They're not getting a lot of stuff from Southeast Asia. Plus, you gotta remember
Do you not know how things are shipped out from the States, packaged up in those countries, shipped back, and then they get shipped from US somewhere else or Canada somewhere else? Yeah, remember, things are PC parts are made there. They're assembled generally in the US or somewhere, not always assembled in China. Then they get shipped back to China for packaging. I've already gone through this on my live streams, man. That's not how it works. And then some people made sure it's made in US or made somewhere not China. So that's why the parts are made in China, shipped over to the US or Canada, and then shipped back over to China or somewhere where it's cheaper for the actual packaging, shipped back over. This is why things cost so much money. It's so brutal how much these companies spend on shipping stuff. But yeah, it saves them money in a way. It's absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Parts are made there, not assembled. Yeah. Actually, some of them are massive. Absolutely massive. It's awesome. And over in China, you can get the PC parts so cheap. So cheap. Actually, US, you can get them fairly cheap. Canada, the PC parts are astronomical. Because the prices to ship it over. Have you checked out components? Like actual components? Where did I put them? It should be around here somewhere. Just little SMDs per part. You have to order them per part by the hundreds. They cost so much more out of the hundreds. Thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, and millions. Which means the more you buy, the cheaper you get that. Do you know how much one of these costs here in Canada to buy a strip? Just to buy a strip of 100. It costs a lot of money. And these are for rolls for machines, just like how any other place would buy them. Yeah, transport costs so much money. Yeah, AliExpress isn't that bad, but you want to go to actual retailers of this stuff to buy it. Not some third hand. I'll go from the retailers. Yeah. Because you're so far away from everything and you still need everything. That's why things cost money for you. You're so far away. You guys should like cut your island and move closer. Make things simpler. I don't know, or tell your government to start manufacturing more stuff in Australia. Oh wait, you can't. You don't got a whole lot of resources. You got dirt. That dirt, not even good dirt. That's why things are brutal, man. Absolutely brutal. No, you don't. You did not have resources. How much aluminum do you have? How much zinc do you have? But you guys have a little bit of copper. Compared to other countries, Australia does not have a lot of resources. Certain resources for computer components. And if they did, how come they don't have enough foundries or foundries to manufacture the actual, actual stuff you need? As in, you might have the ores for some things. No, I'll search it up right now. I'm not wrong. Mm-hmm. 10% of the world's total. 10% for aluminum. 10%. %10 of copper. Iron. You guys are pretty good for iron ore. I kind of figured you had lots of iron ore, but so where we are. Yep, Australia's. Yeah, so you got iron. They've already started building Arizona. I'm pretty sure they're getting 2 of them. Samsung started building a major sand. It's sand, crappy sand. They have crappy sand, man. It's not good sand. It's not good sand. Not good sand. Although I kind of figured you guys have good iron. Yeah, you guys have a whole lot of iron over there. Gold? I don't think you guys have that much gold, do you? Nah, I don't think so. I don't think you guys have that much gold. I could be wrong on that one. No, you guys got a lot of gold. Holy moly. And the United States is still the best. %17 of the total world estimate gold reserves. Australia. And they're estimating like they could have more. It's just that's an estimate. It's not true facts. Pay dirt. Pay dirt. But you're not finding gold in the dirt. You're finding gold down below rock bed. Perth? Sand. We're not talking about ore. Sand. Yeah, the gold. Yeah, they have a lot of gold in Australia. Holy moly. And they're estimating a pretty high percentage. Estimating it's not true facts. It's an estimate that they have a good portion. Who has the most? You can't say who has the most oil. It's Saudi Arabia that would technically have it. For what? For what? That's a mine. I was talking sand. We're not talking about sand. The sand there's crap. Yeah, we have rocks. We have terrible rocks. No big damn mine? Okay, hold on. For the fourth largest copper deposit, the largest known single deposit of uranium, largest contributor to total revenue, accounting for approximately 70% of mines revenue with a remaining 70% of the mine was, holy, 70% is copper? 20% is from uranium and 5% from silver and gold. That's a good amount. So it's not the greatest gold, but I mean, holy, that's good for copper. But they still don't, it sounds like a lot. It sounds like a lot, but it's not a lot. It's just a lot for that mine. Just for that mine. That's not big. It's, again, you guys have a lot of gold and iron ore. Uranium, it's good for that. Yeah, it's huge for Australia. For Australia. It's the biggest mine that they've done. It's the biggest profiting mine that they have. It's a good sand. That's why, Skeets. Do you know what sand you can't use? You got to use certain sands for silicon. You cannot use certain sand. You have to use a certain kind of sand. Aluminum, China's going to be up there. Probably China would be the highest one for aluminum. Doesn't matter that Australia's got the biggest gold, the biggest iron ore and stuff. You got to export that. It costs a lot of money. So the prices go up. So what's the point of it being over there if it cannot be actually made into stuff? They have a couple foundries, yeah, but it's not big enough. I know you export. I didn't say you don't export. You export and it costs more money. So what's the point if you can't manufacture things? You have to have a bigger manufacturing and industrial manufacturing. That's the thing. You just don't. You don't have. You have it. Yeah, it seems big. It's not. It's tiny. It's tiny. They have a pink diamond mine. Ooh. My first PC had an oscilloscope as a display. What? For use. You guys are only worried about use. You're not like other countries that make the stuff in your own places and then ship it out for max profit. You gotta send it out. You send out a lot of ores and stuff. It's pretty empty now, probably. Yeah, I remember. All the school computers were made in Canada. Or yes, it's expensive technically everywhere. It still costs a lot of money. You have to have certain shipping containers that can handle that kind of stuff. Costs a lot of money for those shipping ships, whatever you want to call them, not containers. They say they are big ships, container ships. But yeah, It costs a lot of money. Still costs. But then you still got to manufacture in China and ship it back out. You got to ship it back out, either back to Australia or somewhere else for the packaging, if or not manufacturing of the actual part. So then you probably want to ship it back to China because they're cheap again. And then you got to ship that back. That's where things all cost so much. Yep. I know. I had an ex-girlfriend that ran those big dump trucks. I know. I know. If it was higher, then why would they not? Why would they do it? But if they could make more industrial areas and or foundries to do it themselves, they could technically make it so that way it would work. And prices for Australia would technically go up. The price of Australian dollar would go up because they're manufacturing more. They're shipping more stuff that they've produced, packaged, and shipped off, instead of doing a whole bunch of other places are making money off of it as well. You say labor's too expensive. You keep saying labor's too expensive, as if I don't know this already. Just get some of your kangaroos. Train them up, so that way they can be cheap labor. Boom, you guys are in business. Yeah, still costs a lot. Manufacturing, they still do a lot of manufacturing, but it's more or less the packaging for America. Packaging. Yeah, and because the Taiwanese leader in China was like, okay, we can make money off of this. Yeah, and how does that correlate to this? Yeah, probably. Probably. I remember that military stuff costs or makes a lot of money too, right? Yep. Because again, you're shipping to China your ore because you don't have enough foundries to do it yourself. Plus, why would you want to spend more labor on the foundry workers and stuff like that? You could just ship it off. You could just ship off the ore to China. All your aluminum, whatever, copper, whatever, or more or less, or the iron ore. Holy crap, you guys have a lot of iron ore. It's actually pretty insane how much iron ore you guys got. Of course you can make steel. I would hope you can make steel. The amount of iron ore you guys got is actually wild. Yeah, and yeah, you got to keep up the economy, right? So you got to make sure you worry about the economy. No, the tariffs are supposed to stop people from big companies from actually manufacturing in other places. Yep, it's jobs. Well, what happens if people don't have jobs? People cannot spend money in your country. If your own people cannot spend money in your country, then guess what's going to happen? The tariffs are not a terrible thing, but it's not a great thing right off the bat. Robots can only do so much. It is like 50% of of what the like 50%. You got most of the world's ore over there. It's actually insane. It's insane how much ore you guys got. It is actually wild. Yeah, it's actually wild how much ore Australia has. Yeah, it's probably that's probably most of your monies. It's not in the gold. It's literally in the iron ore. Iron ore is number one there. It really is number one there. It's actually wild. It is actually mind blowing how much. Nope, gold not number two. Uranium too. I didn't check your coal. I didn't check your coal. I don't think gold's number two though. You guys do have a lot of uranium there. Just pretty wild how much uranium you guys actually have there. You guys have a big gold bank, but you don't have incredible amount of gold mines, more or less. Or not mines, but gold production there. People going just getting gold. You have a pretty big gold bank, though. Coal is number three, though? I don't think so either. I'd have to check what the coal is. I don't care about tons. Oh yeah, 14% of the global reserves for coal is a lot. It is a lot. Yeah, 14%. It's huge, actually. Still not even close to your iron, though, which is, again, mind-boggling how much iron you guys have. So China's number one for gold. Russia's next. Australia is third. Canada's after that. And then the United States. We have a lot of gold. Pretty sure most of our stuff is literally in
some gold. We have in Britain, whatever Britain, I think it is, Canada has the biggest gold reserve. Yeah, yeah, rare earth. Yeah, but not it has resources, but I'm saying as in like all kind of resources without having to ship it or export it. You have resources, but you're just piling up resources basically. I bet you guys can't even get rid of it fast enough, or even your own foundries cannot even smelt enough of it. Still, I bet we have more resources than you, to be honest. I think Canada is one of the best for actual like fisheries and stuff like that. If that's going back on old school though. Canada, we are third place in Canada for aluminum. Again, like I said, China is first, then it's India, Russia, then Canada for aluminum. Um, Canada's sixth place for iron. Chile is number one in copper. Chile is number one in copper. Insane. So we are rich in copper. So we are rich in copper, molybdenum, nickel, zinc, lead, and we have so much sulfide and phosphorus type. Like we have a ton of it, an absolute ton of it. We have a lot. We have a lot. Yeah, we have a big coast where, like I said, our fishery and that kind of natural resources is good. No, it's not. Algae's not small. Algae's pretty big too. But yeah, you know, so we got potash, gold, and coal for our top three natural resources. Potash, 23%, gold, 18%, and coal, 17%. Apparently, Australia has a lot of lithium as well, which is good. It's another good one to have, lithium. So, top country for titanium is China, Japan, then Russia. Canada and Australia are not even on the board for that, basically. It's China, Japan, Russia, Saudi Arabia, Kazakhstan, Ukraine, then India.
It does. It does, Hoops. I agree. To work at a company, marketing's a good one for that. Marketing, some technology about semiconductors. So learn about semiconductors, whatever they have for semiconductors. There is another one. 5 eyes. Yeah, let's go into software engineering. Yeah. Whatever they can do for semiconductors and or marketing is a good one. They look for good marketing people. Okay, so for the actual top resources overall, it's Russia, United States, Saudi Arabia, and then Canada. So here's the list. Russia, United States, Saudi Arabia, Canada, Iran, China, Brazil, Australia, Iraq, Venezuela. Russia, coal, natural gas, oil, gold, timber, rare earth metals. United States, coal, timber, natural gas, gold, and copper. Saudi Arabia, oil and timber. Canada, oil, uranium, timber, natural gas, phosphates. We have an abundance of phosphates here. Iran, oil, natural gas. China, coal, rare earth metals, timber. Brazil, gold, uranium, iron, timber, oil. Australia, coal, timber, copper, iron ore, gold, uranium. Iraq, oil, phosphate rock. Venezuela, iron, natural gas, oil. So Australia, you're in 8th. Canada's in 4th for actual main natural resources. Overall. Yeah, overall. For the main natural resources that people need. Yeah. United States. Coal, they're second. United States is second. Coal, timber, natural gas, gold, and copper. United States, they're second. Canada's 4th. Australia's 8th. And then, like I said, Russia's number 1. Russia's number 1. USSR. Coal, natural gas, oil, gold, timber, rare earth metals. Like, crazy. Wild, actually. Yeah, they probably have a lot of natural gas over there, to be honest. I mean, coal's their number 1. Coal's number 1 for Russia and United States. Canada, it's oil, uranium, next. Australia, coal, timber, copper. Iron ore, like, it's insane how much actually iron ore is over in Australia. It is actually wild, but it doesn't make them a whole lot of money versus the other ones. It's vast mineral wealth for Russia. And I will do gold.
Oh wow. Not much though for natural gas compared to other countries. Yeah, not much for crude oil either. My Gigabyte G24F2 broke down today after 6 months of purchase. 5 to 6 lines of artifacting bottom of the screen. Oh, your mother or your monitor. Brutal. Can you get it warranty on that? Should be warranty on that. 5 to 6 months should be still within warranty. Should still be in warranty, hopefully. 1 sec here. Yep. Like I said, you generally have good warranties on those monitors. These have solar power. I mean, it kind of makes sense. Because it does kind of make sense that they would have good solar power over there. Holy moly, they're gonna spend a lot of money on that cable though. Do you know how big those cables are? Do you know how big those cables are? That's wild. That's actually wild. 4,300 kilometers. Wow, that's actually wild. That's gonna cost a lot of money, and I don't know, like, would that even be worth it? Like, that's gonna be like a 20-year long run for recouping money after that. Not unless they're gonna charge a crazy amount of power, like money for the hydro.
I know, but have you not seen the size of those cables? A lot of copper going in those too. $4,300 kilometers. These cables are literally like massive round. It's going to cost billions. Not expensive as you think. It's going to probably cost billions. Billions.
How's the mic thing on? One sec. Well, you asked for it. Whoop. You won't be able to hear it now. Shouldn't. Mics keep peaking. Well, that's why. It's probably better, hopefully. Hopefully I ain't gonna peak now. Oh yeah, no peaking now. Let's go. It's not as expensive as I think. I know it's gonna be expensive, man. Awesome. I'm gonna make no fake sounds. Mm-hmm. You don't need data cables when you got fiber. Solar make renewable hydrogen? What's smart? That's smart because all you need is water. Water and electricity. Boom, you got hydrogen. That is smart. Oh, my back is so sore, guys. You have no idea. I threw my back somehow last night. Slept wrong. Yep, big price. And that's what do you think these tariffs are going to help out too? These companies have to make, you know, their manufacturing plants here on here in the States. It's going to help states a lot. Canada, I'm not sure if it's really going to help Canada that much for the tariffs. It's not helping us right now, that's for sure. It's going to make a lot of jobs with these tariffs. Yeah, green hydrogen. Smart. It's not really green though, because you gotta manufacture the solar panels, and you know what solar panels are made of, right? It's true. I think the prices of our resources for other countries is going to go up for the other countries due to the fact of these tariffs. So we do have an abundance of resources here. Yeah, I think the tariffs are for the countries that are putting them in place for certain things to help out the economy. That's what you think. I don't. I don't, Skeets. Yeah, if countries were smart, they would, make sure they're setting up for these tariffs to make sure that they can actually benefit from them as well. I'm not saying, raise costs and stuff like that, like as in make more places for people to have jobs so that way the economy can boom, hopefully, out of this. Hopefully. Yeah, it's just a hope. How do you know? What do you mean they're not to help out anymore? Oh, it is. Yeah, the China and Australia, they're good partners for what they have, for what they need, for what they want. Australia needs to ship off its stuff, its resources. China wants resources. China has a lot of foundries. They need a lot of them. Yep. That's just two countries, 50%. Yeah. More or less probably because the US doesn't really need it. They got us right beside US. It's right there over the border. Boom. There you go. Easy peasy. Why spend extra money if you don't have to, right? Mm-hmm. What do you mean? Talk about Greenland? Talk about what? What island? Top of penguins.
mean, I guess in a way. That shouldn't be a threat to begin with, right? Still technically need them. They still need them. Because other countries might have a lot more. Right? And Russia's absolutely massive. Massive. They're massive. Oh, I know that. Pretty easy to move military around. It's not like the military can't move around, right? Fire teams burn. And oh, yeah, the world was different. Times have changed. Violation takes all the traffic hours. It's going to affect everyone. Not saying it's not going to. Right? Not saying it's not going to. Right.
Like,
All right, let's switch up the subject here. Show you guys how thermal pasting that is made. So I like this. It's very expensive. Hopefully I can put somewhere good volume for use. King.
If only they knew all they needed was all of this. This is a precision factory in Germany.
Switch off the vacuum and the mixers. Then I have to vent it. And this will press down into the bucket.
Yep. That's why when people ask me if I'm gonna make my own thermal paste, it's like, you know, it actually costs a lot of money to do it properly,
This
right?
is a Sigma mixer, and a Sigma mixer is I would say, the simplest way of making paste. Mixing Cryonaut Extreme takes roughly 20 hours in a Sigma mixer.
Wow. This is a tube of thermal paste. Thermal paste is used in nearly every modern electronic device for connecting heat sinks to semiconductor. Retail, 1 gram of this paste costs about $6, and we just made 1 gram of it in Thermal Grizzly's new factory, Hohenzollern, just outside of Berlin, Germany. So the gram is $6 retail. This bucket contains 17 kilograms of paste, and this crucible contains...
I mean, it's messed up. I want to hear it too.
thousands of dollars worth of liquid metal being made for more extreme cooling applications.
This is pure gallium.
Oh, cool.
It's the main component for liquid metal making. This is 1 kilogram of indium, and the value of this type of purity is about $400. So that means basically one of those bottles could be 8,000 US dollar of value.
Right.
This stuff is a premix of zinc oxide at different particle sizes.
Okay. Do you ever feel like a drug dealer?
We fill very expensive material from like powders in bags into like 1 gram and charge a lot of money for it. Right. Yeah, that's if I sum up the business I'm doing, that's basically it.
Right. You've got it figured out. One thing that we've noticed is that Germans are proud of their manufacturing, because it seems like even the tools that manufacture the manufacturing are manufactured in Germany.
Which country do you think it comes from?
I'm gonna go with Germany. This is part 1 of a multi-part series touring factories in Germany. We've been to factories all over the world, including Taiwan, China, the US, and now we're making landfall in Europe. Let's get into Thermal Grizzly's thermal paste factory, mit der Bauer. Before that, this video is brought to you by the Height Y70 Touch Infinite. We previously
related to paste making.
Cool.
So we have 2 different types of mixers for different types of pastes, and we have a so-called 3-roll mill.
Okay.
We will see.
Somewhat. If you knew more about him, he would know how he also makes money. But yeah. Nope, you wouldn't even guess it if you tried.
See what this does later. Then we have things we need for preparation of the paste, like
the gloves.
getting the powders and mixing them. This is a station for quality check of liquid metal, mainly, or other materials for our HS testing. Then on the other side of the room, this is where we fill the stuff into syringes. Those stations are for liquid metal. Currently, 1 gram conductor node, 5 gram conductor node extreme. And this behind me, this would be for filling normal thermal paste into syringes. Yeah, we should move over to paste manufacturing because this will take quite some time.
Okay, let's do it.
It's kind of similar in terms of that you have to have all the stuff very under control. Apart from that, it's much more tricky. Like liquid metal making is actually quite simple from my point of view. Like now we've been using it for a long time, but making paste is really not as easy. Like the mixing is very complicated and also the raw material stuff. We will actually show you how to make our new product, which is this.
Duronaut.
Yeah.
If you really break it down to like as simple as possible, I don't want to say elements because that has a specific chemistry meaning, but what are the base things that go into a paste?
A paste, you always have to have an oil, which is often referred to as matrix. Then any solid particle you want to add.
Okay.
And the very simple paste, the white ones you can find, they usually just have one ingredient, which is usually zinc oxide or aluminum oxide. But the more high-end you make it, the more different amount of particles you have to add, like different chemical elements and also different shapes. This machine right here is called a Sigma mixer.
Okay.
Usually you would not be able to do this because it would be mixed under vacuum. But as I told you earlier, this batch will not go for sale. Yeah.
Right.
So I prepared some protection glasses. Sometimes, you know, stuff. This one is for you.
Thank you.
This one is for you. We should make a paste.
Okay.
From scratch. This stuff is a premix of zinc oxide at different.
And this is why it costs a lot of money to do. So the stuff that I would make is probably be up around thermal grizzly stuff. I wouldn't just be using some simple ingredients in it. I'd be using, like I said, diamond dust, graphite. Depends on what I'm looking to achieve, really. But yeah, you gotta look for certain materials to make sure that you got the thermal transfer correct. But then you need that oil so that way you can make it into a spreadable paste. And the oils, the silicone oils are not cheap either for the high grade stuff where you can go down to, negative 300 on it. Most stuff you can buy only goes down to negative 50. Yeah, the matrix. Yeah. Yep. You need a certain kind of matrix to be able to bond everything together without it separating over a period of time, and then also be able to handle high temperatures and low temperatures, which is very, very hard to do with thermal paste. It's hard to get a good matrix or silicone oil base that is good for low temperatures and high temperatures, and you got to spend a lot of money to get these oils. Yeah, he's a great overclocker. Plus, he makes his own custom stuff. Oh yeah, he's definitely had backing probably to help him fund this. But also, again, there's other parts that you will never know about DeBauer and his life that also help fund these kind of things, right? Yeah, I gotta do one of those reviews on thermal paste, and that just costs a lot of money to get a bunch of them. That's one channel. He has two channels. He has DeBauer and DeBauer English. DeBauer EN for his English channel. I think he has 200,000, just over 200,000 subscribers now.
Particle sizes. This is aluminum powder. So this is like nano size material.
If you ever get pulled over and you're transporting stuff like this, I'm gonna have to bail you out of jail.
Yeah.
I feel like everything you deal with is either dangerous or it looks questionable.
Yeah. What do you think happens when we order like 1 ton of this material and it arrives in white plastic bags?
Right.
I'm always asking myself, like, what does the customs office do? Like, they reach this and they're like,
we got him, boss.
We got him.
You'd never guess how easy.
I wonder how many tests they run until they realize it's just nothing interesting.
Yeah.
The reason why you have to use different materials and different sizes is that we have to increase the filling rate, it's called, as high as possible. The filling rate means how much ratio of oil to solid particles we have.
Okay.
The higher the amount of solid particles, the higher the performance. That's just a rule of thumb. There's something to it, but that's a general rule.
Does that correlate?
You study everything when you do work with this kind of stuff, man. But it's pretty simple. You got to just set up a whole bunch of different testings. He probably paid someone to actually make some of these stuffs too, though. But it's more or less you're testing the compounds together after a thorough mixing on longevity, temperature controls, as in, you know, high temperature, low temperature, thermal conductivity, which is a pretty easy test to do, spreadability, is it too thick, is it too thin, is it runny, is it like right around that perfect? Just well to the die. Yeah, probably she does. Skeet, she probably does. Yeah, but if you listen to the beginning of this, it's also a 20-hour mixing for that batch. It matters. It matters a lot, Hooves. Yes, it is expensive. Costs a lot of money to make, though, right? Yeah, remember, he's using the top of the line kind of silicone oils. He's using diamond dust in it. And again, like, you can find these kind of things out about what they're using in their actual stuff. That he's using diamond dust. He's using different kind of oxides for it. Trial and error to make these things. Containers to hold these things are not cheap either. They come with spatulas. Spatulas cost money as well. Packaging costs money. And when you're getting high-end thermal paste, it's going to cost more. Silver dust works just fine, but it's conductive. You got to make sure it's not electrically conductive. My fave so far is Thermal Grizzly. Extreme Cryonaut. It's so good. It really is good. I got to try out KPX still. I got to try out KPX and see how good it is. Film one by one. It's got to be done by hand. If you made a machine just to do that, it's going to cost you millions just to make a machine for that. And if you aren't selling millions of them a day, what's the point? You got to recoup that money in a decent span. And it still costs a lot of money to actually manufacture, like the actual product itself. So you gotta factor in a whole bunch of stuff. Sacred sauce is polar bear tears. Yep, there's a lot that goes into it. That's why it's something I would like to do, but I mean, to do it properly, and I would want to do it properly, it costs a lot of money.
With when a paste is hard to spread?
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely. The spreading comes down to the viscosity of the oil and how much you fill it. So generally, if it's much harder to spread, it's usually higher performance. That is a bucket of something I wouldn't call thermal paste.
All right.
But it's an example of the filling rate. This one, you can see it's
non-conductive. Extreme cryonaut is what I'm saying. Extreme cryonaut. Non-conductive. That's liquid metal, you twit. That's not thermal paste.
That's completely different. That's gallium. That's gallium. That's not thermal paste. Silicone based. Spreadable. Thermal. Conductive. Liquid metal's not even close. It's gallium. It's a gallium-based product. There's other kind of stuff you put into it as well, but it's gallium-based. Well, I said extreme cryonaut. The pink stuff. Thermal paste.
Yeah, it's probably something you wouldn't.
Very viscous.
This paste right here has exactly the same ratio of filling rate. Like, this is much more liquid.
Wow, yeah.
It's much more liquid, and they have the same filling rate. This is the paste we will do today.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, the aluminium powder is the most, I would say, most dangerous one in this regard. I told you earlier that you can have hydrogen being generated if you handle it. That's why we're using a glove box for this. The glove box can be filled with an inert gas as well to protect it, so we can handle everything inside and then take out just what we need.
Okay.
That will be the step.
Let's do it.
So just basically these three in the right composition and fill it into the machine.
Okay.
But before we do that, we have to wear even more protection gear.
Okay.
Just to be safe, because I told you do not want to breathe anything of this in. It's unlikely that something escapes, but you have to be cautious.
But, yeah.
This is the biggest pain, getting into the gloves. So what I'm doing, well, I already prepared one of them. That is the zinc oxide, which is this one. I had to get it out of the bag in the room. But what I'm doing now is using some of those glasses, setting this to 0, and then.
Okay, so you zero it out with the glass.
And what we want is from this aluminium powder. We need about 15 to 16.
And the reason why he's being very careful with that aluminum powder, you breathe in that, your lungs are done. Your kidneys will probably be shot, and or liver as well. Aluminum dust is nothing to shy from, like, as much precaution as possible. Like, as much precaution as possible. And it can be absorbed through your pores, as in through your skin. So aluminum dust is brutal. And during a certain ratio on this actual, what he's making here, the Duranaut, there's a certain ratio with the everything else can make it so that way it's technically not thermally conductive, or electrically conductive, sorry, not thermally, electrically conductive. So even though it's aluminum dust, it is electrically conductive. A certain ratio in that will make it so it's not.
100 grams.
Okay.
And that's what I meant earlier, like this is the kind of step where you would just, if this was exposed to the ambient air, you would just introduce too much water and...
Do you currently have a gas in there?
Yeah.
Is that what this hose goes to?
Yeah.
I see.
It's always a little bit of a
Yeah.
the dirty process, but that's why we have the glove box. So we will use this machine for it, which is called a double planetary mixer. Depending on what kind of paste you're making, you have to have different types of blades, depending on the viscosity you're aiming for.
Cool.
So they exist in different blade shapes, like if it's lower or higher viscosity paste. And I will now get the aluminium powder and pour it into this bucket.
Okay.
Actually, I forgot something. I have to close the...
Oh, the bag?
Yeah.
I hope if anyone ever is upset that your paste is out of stock on Amazon, they understand it's because you're still putting the gloves on.
Yeah.
He's working on it.
Yeah. Just for me, it's a lot of fun doing this stuff.
Yeah.
It's the best playground I could have ever imagined, you know.
Where were you when you were like trying your first mixes with the glove box?
I was still living at my parents' place.
Okay.
And They just had this in a...
Were they aware that the stuff you were dealing with could like blow up their house?
They stopped asking questions when I was 16 and I ordered like 200 liters of liquid nitrogen. They were like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
So.
All right, so your bag's sealed. So now you're gonna retrieve the stuff you made.
Yeah. So now we just have to introduce the gas again later, but it's not needed for now.
Because you've opened the box, I guess.
Yeah. Now we just have to be careful not to pour it too fast, otherwise you will have too much dust. Want to avoid.
Just up in the air, you mean?
Yeah.
And then these are the blades here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now we have to get the oil, but that is less dangerous.
Okay, what's your binder? Your AI is crap. The AI is absolutely crap. What's the binder? Come on, we need something to bind it with. We need silicone oil. What silicone oil are we going to be using? Ask it what silicone oil now for the binding agent for it. What would be the best binding agent technically for it? Because there's a whole bunch of different kind of silicones. And you got to make sure you say silicone oil because there's so many variances of silicone. You don't really need the copper powder if you got the diamond additive, but you can use copper powder. Copper powder, if you don't mix it properly like that, it'd be brutal. And make us a pizza. Yeah, just amounts based on your trial. So it's going to be a trial and error, trial and error, trial and error, see what one's the best. And then you have to keep track of all of that. But I want to know what binding agent they're going to suggest, the AI is going to suggest for it. Yep. What is MCD? What would it taste like though? That'd be good. It's pizza. Pizza always tastes good usually. Oh, McDonald's. Oh, that's what you're saying. That tastes like crap. Absolute crap. Dog water it tastes like. Absolute dog water. Yeah, I kind of figured. Terrible. Be absolutely terrible, Heart. Absolutely terrible. I wouldn't even think about trying it. And the burgers are already starting to taste terrible. Yeah, I was on board until I figured it was McDonald's. Yeah, dog water. Yeah. Come get your McDog water. Yeah, back in the 90s, didn't they? Pizza with that McRib sauce. I've never had the McRibs. If I'm going to get ribs, I'm not going to get from McDonald's. Silicone-based binders known for their thermal conductivity and flexibility. Silicone-based binders can provide a good balance of adhesion and thermal conductivity. They're also resistant to many polymer binders. Polymer binders, polymers like acrylic or epoxy resins can offer strong adhesion properties. Terrible. Epoxy resins you don't want to use. Only if you're going to make an actual permanent bond, thermal epoxy. Ceramic binders, ceramics are excellent for thermal conductivity, can provide a durable bond. Yeah. Ceramic is okay if you're going to use diamond though, but binders, ceramic binders. I'll have to see what they actually make. And then the AI is so dumb. The AI is so dumb. It's not telling you either brands and or certain silicone minerals or oils because there's so many kind of oils, silicone oils that vary between each silicone oil.
What is the ratio in percentages? Exactly. But it's going to be trial and error. It's just going to say trial and error, trial and error. They can't figure it out for you. Just what's the hobby?
It has two basic functions. The one is mixing, and one is called dispersing. And with this type of motion, you can just mix any high viscosity paste. So that is needed when you're making a paste that is very thick. You need this type of blade. We have to switch on the chiller, which is actually a heater. Yeah. And this is heating up to 70 degrees Celsius.
Okay.
It is running water into the bucket in the wall around it to heat it up. The reason we're doing this is because in any of the raw materials you will find a lot of moisture. Since we're running in a very low vacuum, we just drop the evaporation point of the water. And this way we only have to heat it up to 70 degrees Celsius and getting all the water out.
Okay. Yeah, kind of like how a heat pipe works, I guess.
Yeah,
in the
exactly.
sense of reducing the boiling point, yeah.
So we're now pulling the bucket over here.
Why do we do things the hard way?
It's got a light in there too, so I guess that's so you can see it through your window.
Yep. So if I now switch on the vacuum, we know it's working. Okay, that is good, because if it would have any holes, leaks, then you wouldn't be able to see it.
All right.
So if I now introduce the vacuum, you should see some bubbling and stuff.
Interesting to see the gauge dropping. So what are you looking for?
Especially in the early stage, you have to observe how it's mixing. That's what I meant. Like if you have a wrong ratio, or if something doesn't mix quite right, then it just can become hard in this stage. So you have to check if this is if it's mixing properly, or if it's piling up somewhere.
Is there any risk of damaging the equipment?
Yeah, that happened before. We had, you can see that here. So we were mixing one paste, and we had exactly this, that it hardened, and then it broke the scraper knife.
Oh wow, okay.
Because it was so hard that and the machine has a lot of power, so
it just crushes the
crushed
tool.
it. Yeah. Luckily, we have our own CNC manufacturing, so we just made our own.
Look at that big sheet of copper. Nice. Yep. Yeah, it's expensive there. It's expensive there. This is why I was talking about earlier when I first started my channel too, people were asking me to make thermal paste because I make my own thermal paste. I can. It's just doing it for batches, like large quality batches. Again, a lot of people don't realize you need a vacuum chamber mixer to actually mix all these minerals and the silicone base together properly. That's a thick mix. It's a thick mix, but it's probably pretty close. It's just, it seems like it's a really thick mix. You want something a little bit more spreadable. Like 50% silver powder? Nah, that's gonna be that's gonna be electrically conductive at that point, which is no good. It'd be good for some things, but you got to be careful with it if you're around electrical components, which you don't want to make electrically conductive stuff, thermal paste for people. You don't. People mess it up and destroy the components. You don't want them destroying the components. Copper. Yes, but look at the differences. The ratios. You can literally use gallium in the thermal paste too. You can use gallium in thermal paste with a mixture that is not thermally or electrically conductive. You can use these. It depends on the ratios. That's what I'm saying. The ratio seems really high for silver powder because it can make it thermal, and with the copper,
Good. How about yourself, Theo? That's what I'm saying. It seems like it's a really high ratio. You should not have a ratio that high of electrically conductive materials. You have a lower ratio. Again, you'd want to use more diamond dust because they'll technically be better for thermally conductive as well. It's a starting point, but you'd want to start off with a lower ratio of that stuff. You would definitely want to start off with a lower ratio, just because it's going to be electrically conductive, and you don't want electrically conductive nowadays. Most people don't want electrically conductive; they just want thermally conductive. It is, yeah. It fits on my 12 gigabyte GPU. And it was actually pretty quick too, so it's not bad.
Where does that read?
It reads the temperature of the water.
Okay.
And now we have the material temperature, that is the one that's sitting inside the paste. And we have the tank jacket where the water runs through. And just for safety, well, not safety, but for just to be sure that everything is gone moisture-wise, we heat it up to 70 degrees Celsius. So we have some room now.
Wow, yeah, cool.
So now I have to check how well it mixes, but it looks very good. This will now take a couple of hours to pre-mix. This is kind of the pre-mix, because we will still have to add the zinc oxide later.
Okay.
And the zinc oxide we have to add in 2 steps.
How many tubes does this end up filling? I mean, I know the tubes are different sizes.
This should be now, end weight will be roughly 3 kilogram.
Okay.
So it'll be 3,000 1 gram syringes.
Okay, yeah. Is that the most common size?
Yeah, that's why we calculate in 1 gram syringes. Well, Duranout will be 2 gram syringes. People think this is like, why does the 1 gram cost $6? I mean,
it's
half of it goes to the seller, so there's already that, and then
upkeep.
We have to do all this, and especially the research. The making is not that quite expensive, but paying people for years to research stuff that's the real cost.
What is this?
This is our sample stub.
Okay.
This is for catching the raw material and taking it into the scanning electron microscope.
Okay. Do you have an SEM here?
Yes.
Cool.
That's where we will go now.
So what are you doing here?
Just catching a sample of.
Yeah, so you're going to want as pure of the components that you're mixing into it and as dry as possible. So that way the binding of the silicone oils, whatever you're using for an actual thinning agent and binding agent itself, you're going to want that to be as pure as possible and as dry as possible technically. So that way it all mixes together properly, and you don't want water. Water, again, is not good for thermally conductive, and it could make dry spots after time. So it has to be done properly. And yeah, mixing times are going to be minimum probably two hours all the way up to 20 hours or 2 days, depending on the batch quantity, right? And certain batch quantities are going to be quite high. And then you're going to want certain machines to make sure that, because you know how you can grind down nuts and that and make oils out of it, and or other paste with like grinding stones. You can't do that here. You cannot do that here. You have to use some sort of stainless steel machine that can bind these things and not wear out too quickly. It's gonna cost a lot of money. It costs a lot of money. But yeah, for smoother powder, less lumps, yes, 100%. But then you can get those machines that can mix these things together properly too. Yeah, any lumps is no good. Yeah. Again, purest and finest that you can get it, and it costs money to get pure products. It costs a lot of money to get pure products. In bulk quantities, you can save some money, but it still costs more. And again, like you said, he's had to spend people to do research on certain ingredients, certain mixtures, and that for all this beforehand. He didn't. For the Duranout, he probably didn't even have really a hand in it. He probably paid some people to do all the research and testing of this stuff as well, and then used it because he's spending his time somewhere else, did not have enough time to do it. And it's just another product that he can put on the shelves. Depends on the, yeah, it depends. This stuff is Duraknot, right? This stuff is Duraknot, supposed to be really good stuff. But I have somebody that knows and has it, and it's not as good as what they say. It's very, very thick, and it's not very spreadable. You have to use a lot of pressure with the spatula to spread it. And he said it was not very enjoyable experience doing that. And then it's not even as good for, thermal conductivity. Yep. So yeah, maybe one day I'll make some, but it'll be small batches that I would ship out to some viewers. Yeah, not a lot of people want to do thermal paste because it takes a long time. It takes a long time to do it properly. Again, like there's extreme cryonaut. It does have diamond powder in it. You can find it fairly cheap, but for the quantity he's making, he has to buy it in big bulk, and it has to be anywhere from 70,000 to 80,000 grit. 73,000, right around 73,000 is technically the best, but if you go up to 80,000, it's more surface area, but it's also not as good for thermal wicking, basically. So you want to be around 73,000 from all the research I've done. Again, I've done a lot of research on a lot of stuff, so. But yeah, 73,000 is where you want to be for diamond grit, and you can't really find it. You have to find it in 75,000, 80,000 roughly. And it's hard to find 70,000 grit. I have some people that would buy it, but again, I have to order all the containers. And/or tubes, but I wouldn't do tubes. I'll do containers. I've already checked out the prices on all those, buying bulk order, buying 100 at a time. It's a lot of money for those containers alone. Yeah, Arctic Silver, the old school. Yep, it is old school. No, you don't want to use toothpaste. Technically, toothpaste could technically work because of what's in it, but it's not going to be very good. I wouldn't use toothpaste. I would use higher end products. Just buy it in a bulk type deal, not, industrial bulk, but bulk for my quantity is technically what I would do is bulk for what I can do. And then I would make it up and I'd show it live on stream, the variances between other compounds. Ceramic V2? I've never heard of that before. Never heard of that stuff before. 7-gram tubes, not 1-gram tubes. I wouldn't even do 7-gram. I would do only minimum 30 grams for the orders that I would do. I do 30 grams. I would try to make it so that way it only costs $30 or $40 for 30 grams. Try, but I mean that again, not to try. You got to ship it off. It costs money to ship. Haven't used a PTM yet. Don't have enough money for trying out different brands of PTM and whether or not certain PTMs can be better versus thermal paste, and then you have to buy a whole bunch of thermal paste to test it against which is better. Yeah, the older toothpaste because it had really bad chemicals in it. Yeah, 7-gram is more enough if you don't bend CPUs, but if you're someone that's going to be buying used GPUs and stuff like that and whatnot, you're going to need some thermal paste, and it's good to have some in storage. It does last a long time in storage without drying out. As long as you keep the seal on it, it's just fine. Use it on your GPU, well, if it works, it works. I just don't have the money or have had the money to test it out yet. Because I wouldn't want to just test out one kind. I would want to test out variances, a whole bunch of variances for it. See what one's better for what I do for, normal people. All right, let's move on. Depends on what cryonaut though. Is it comparable to extreme cryonaut?
Of the aluminium powder. One of the key aspects of the performance of the paste will be the particle distribution. So we order this type of powder at a specific size. So for example, we tell them we need 10 micrometers, for example. And then it won't always, like, it will be a range. The 10 micrometer will be the D50 or D90 value, which means like the 50% or the 90% of the powder is this size, but then you have bigger and smaller particles as well.
Okay.
And it highly has a very big impact on your performance, how big and how small the rest of the particles is. And that's what we have to check.
Got it.
Yeah.
All right. So we're going upstairs.
Yeah, we now go to the first floor. First floor is where we have all the analysis tools. First floor is just dedicated towards R&D. The procedure is that we have to double check if this is what we ordered in terms of material and also shape. So that will be Eric's part. Eric is one of our R&D engineers, and he.
To be honest, if you can do a proper ratio on diamond dust, it would technically be pretty good. But again, diamond dust is better. So, and you can get diamond dust fairly cheap compared to gold dust. Because diamond dust you can't really make into other things except for into diamond core bits, which is it's fairly cheap to do. You just need to press it down with 300 tons per square inch, and you can get yourself a fake diamond to make into core bits from diamond dust. That's a lot of heat too. You gotta use a lot of heat, but pressing makes heat itself. You could probably make some pretty good Aussie gold paste. Yeah, industrial diamonds are cheap. That's why diamond dust, real diamond dust, is fairly cheap to get, because it's just a byproduct that you can't really use for anything except for industrial diamonds. Like industrial diamonds, and you're not going to be selling the industrial diamonds. You could be selling it for manufacturing, for ore machines and stuff like that. Paul Mander, BTM 7950 is the best, he says. Again, I haven't tried it. I haven't tested it against actual good thermal paste. It probably does not compare to good thermal paste, unfortunately. I'm sorry to everyone that thinks it's good, but no, gold is not better than diamond. Diamond is better. Diamond's better. That's why, like I said, if you get 70,000 to 80,000 grit diamond dust, it is technically better. It is the best. It's better than silver. It's better than whatever. It's better than everything. But they're actually currently working on diamond that is infused with copper, which is supposed to make it even better. Supposed to. I'm not sure if it's really going to be better, but they're currently working on like literally fusing diamond with copper. So we're going to see how good it is. Like I'll keep up to date with that and let everyone know about it. Graphene's pretty good. It's just not, it's cheap. It's cheap. Graphene's very cheap. Graphite is cheap. I can only full gold in Australia. We have no resources. Yeah. Phase change paste. You're going to be using Thermal Grizzly, Extreme Cryonaut, KPX, and or something that can go down to at least negative 200 degrees Celsius without causing issues. Oh, the graphene. No, it's still... if I test that, I'm going to test it against other thermal paste, which means I still have to buy more thermal paste and or PTMs or everything to do those kind of testing. I'm not just going to throw the sheet on and be like, yeah, I'm going to test it against one thermal paste. People will be like, what are you doing? And I'm not going to have that kind of nonsense. I would do it right. I'd do it right.
He's, I would say, our specialist when it comes to operating this microscope. And he will.
What kind of microscope is it?
It's an optical microscope from Keyence. That's basically where my knowledge ends.
Walk me through what it is you're trying to do here. I guess you're lining it up.
First we want to check where the sample is. Yeah, we can go closer.
Is that a focus, I guess?
Yeah, and we can do a 3D. And then we can see almost the dimensions.
Is there like a zoom
It's on the bottom right, you can see it's 1,000 times magnified.
Okay.
And on the bottom right, you also have this scale of 25 micrometers that gives you a perspective of the particle size. The problem is you can't really magnify more with an optical one. Like with an optical microscope, the limit is around at 1,000 or 2,000. If you just magnify further, you're at the limit of the wavelength of the light.
Okay.
You just can't really go further.
I see.
We have a laser beam here.
Yeah, I do. If I'm gonna be doing testing against other, because there's more brands that do just those graphene sheets. Yeah, I would do the cryo sheet. I do a whole bunch of different sheets, but then you'd have to test it against other thermal paste, like thermal paste itself. You have to test different variances. What is it? Is it comparable to cheap thermal paste? Is it comparable to expensive thermal paste? Is it comparable to PTM? Is it comparable to cheap PTM, or is it comparable to expensive PTM? So there's a lot of going around that stuff. Yep. You can use specially modified sheets. Again, I used to make these sheets in a factory. It wasn't really a big factory, but I used to make these sheets that used to go onto a big machine. These sheets are like 200-pound steel sheets that have copper ingots on it with epoxy pieces onto it. And they used to use these, they use these machines with these paddles on a conveyor belt type thing and put a certain kind of electricity through it to make it so it picked up zinc out of the sand. Zinc. Yeah, it'd cost me probably, around, to do it properly, to do those kind of testings, I would say it would cost me right around 200 Canadian, maybe a bit more than 200 Canadian to do all those testings, but not 200 USD though. I don't think so. How much did it probably cost for his factory? Probably a few million. I wouldn't say more than a few million for everything that's in there. The factory and what's in there. Buildings don't cost a whole lot of money. It's not a massive building by any means. It's maybe 6,000 square feet. It might be 10,000, but it's not like it costs a whole lot of money to make the buildings, and he probably just bought it and then fixed it up. Yeah, Australia is mostly red. That's why I said you guys got a lot of iron. I just didn't think you guys had that much iron. Yeah, it's not bad in theory, right? But if you don't have the money to spend on those kind of tests, then you don't have the kind of money to spend on those kind of tests. Yeah, it is that expensive. It'd be probably a few million for that building and whatever's in it. And then you got to pay your employees. Probably just a couple of those machines alone are probably $100,000. Just a couple of those machines. For the filling in that, it's not like they're expensive machines. It is air pneumatics. So it's not like they're super expensive. Pay them with Pentium 3s. I could pay them with Xeons. There's a chance to do it cheaper. Yeah, then you're gonna have to make sure the product's still good, so it means it comes back and you gotta do testing on it and make sure it's properly done. So probably not worth it.
Here, and then we can see
cool.
material is 100% aluminum. Yeah.
So the laser shoots into the material and evaporates it. The wavelength that is emitted while doing so, that can give you the...
So that machine that you're seeing, this right here. So this machine, does anyone know how much one of these costs? You can get them not this high quality and handheld. And handhelds are expensive, so I know this machine probably costs quite a bit. Top-notch steel, yeah. Depends on the foundry. The foundry is probably good. Yeah, the views. It's more of the views. I mean, the subs kind of help, but it's more of the views that help. It's more of the views there. Have more views. I'm only making like $4 a day technically right now. Which is no good. Which means I'm probably going to be ending YouTube for a while. Just doing what I can until I have to end it. Yeah, it's expensive. That machine probably costs anywhere from $50,000 to $75,000, just that one machine. Because that machine can pick out, with a laser, it can actually pick out different metals, materials, ferrous or non-ferrous. Well, the handhelds, I know the handhelds are anywhere from $10,000 to $20,000 for a handheld, and that's a pretty high end. Not just like actual non-ferrous and ferrous material type scanner, but also an actual microscope. So yeah, it's probably up there in price just for that one machine. And that's just to see how good the actual mix was. For everyday steel, yeah. Yep. 1,000 times zoom, a couple inches above, that's pretty good. Just need, and then it's got the laser, it's got built-in, never, it's got the built-in laser. Of course they do, because that's where the money is.
Evaporates it. The wavelength that is emitted while doing so, that can give you the material. Because we should be able to see where it hit.
It's like a crater.
Yeah.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah, that's where it was evaporated. So this would be like a 5 by 5 and then 25 micrometer distance. Like if you're going too deep, this is surely hitting the glue underneath. Because you can also see, oxygen, hydrogen, which is an indicator of some kind of glue. And then you see carbon, which is from the pad.
What actually comprises the SEM ultimately? Like, what are the component parts of it?
The component parts, so we have the main unit, which is this, where we have the electron beam source from the top, going down into the chamber, which is the part on the bottom. Then we have multiple detectors. That's usually what you see bolted on SEMs from the side. That's depending on what kind of stuff you need.
So is that what these are?
Yes, those are the
detectors?
detectors, yeah.
Okay.
There would be a detector that is just purely for element detection. Then, for example, the one on the back is for secondary electron detection, it's called. So that's what you have as a so-called standard detector. Then you can have EBSD, which is a detector for like analyzing the crystal structure of a material.
Okay.
So yeah, I can show you in operation for the powder. It's pretty nice to see. You can, for example, look at the shape and also material contrast, for example. We're not even allowed to touch this. Like we cannot move this around or anything. So, and we also cannot shut it down. Like we can operate mouse and keyboard and that's it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is that a licensing thing?
No, it's a warranty thing. On the back you can see a little bit more, but everything that's bolted on, like these things are detectors. The thing in the center on top is the electron source, so that where it generates the electron beam. And then we have a ton of vacuum equipment. So underneath we have multiple stage vacuum pumps.
Okay.
The big thing in the back is the first stage vacuum pump, and the second one is the so-called turbomolecular pump.
Yeah, so these are words I've heard before.
Yeah.
I didn't get an opportunity to ask. When I was with Intel, they talked about exactly what you're saying.
Yeah. Vacuum is very difficult in terms of what it is. Like it might sound stupid, but it's basically a room without particles inside.
Okay.
You know, you're from a simple perspective, you might look at just a pump like, you know, sucking out air, for example. That only works until a certain degree.
It would be something like this, yes, but it would have been paid by EVGA. And then what he's making now, I'm not sure if he's got rights just for making that thermal paste. He can sell it. I'm not sure how much he's making off of it, because EVGA is going to want a portion of it still, but due to the fact that their manufacturing plant is probably still in EVGA's name, Kingpin himself cannot afford it. So I guarantee he can't afford the actual factory itself. So I don't know. It'd be like this advanced, if not more advanced, because EVGA, big company, right, would have made it. Well, had it made. He got the rights to sell it, so he can Kingpin can sell it. So he makes money off it, but then EVGA is gonna have a portion of it still. Contracts, right? Rights and stuff like that, manufacturing's whole big thing.
Because you would have to have less particles in the one room for the others to move out.
Right.
A turbomolecular
It's
turbo.
yeah. How do you say it auf Deutsch?
Turbomolekularpumpe.
That's harder to say than in English. That's like way harder.
Okay.
Turbomolecular pump. All right.
So
yeah.
if we use a turbomolekularpumpe, then it looks like a turbine. And what you're essentially doing is you're waiting for the particles that are freely flowing in the room to randomly hit this turbine shape,
Okay.
and it traps it below. It is a very fast spinning blade. And all it's doing, it's waiting for randomly the particle to hit the surface and then just trapping it below and avoiding it to come back up.
The gloves are coming out. So is this for handling the sample?
Yeah.
Yes. Adhesive pad influences the result at all?
It will influence the result, but there's only so much you can do. We have to stick it somehow. We also have to make sure it's electrically conductive. Because we're looking at the surface with electrons. So the electrons are scanning across the surface, submitting secondary electrons, and that's what we're detecting. First, I will vent the chamber, and the chamber is now nitrogen being pumped slowly. You can hear the pump, the Turbomolekularpumpe.
Yeah. Is that what that is?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what you hear. It's slowing down now that the nitrogen hits the blade.
Cool. Your warranty is void.
There was no sticker. That's our sample stage in the center, where we have multiple spots for multiple of those.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
With this type of sample, it's not really an issue. You just have to check that nothing collides anywhere. Have to press it a little bit. So what you can hear now is the first stage of the vacuum pump. That's the bigger one in the back. So on the bottom, we can see the pressure inside, which is an indication for the vacuum. That's also what I'm checking here in the system monitor to see if the vacuum is going as planned. So you're now looking at this sample stub. You can even see here the place where we just milled into with the laser.
Yeah.
That is very helpful right here, especially with bigger parts, because you can see that is, for example, one detector. And yeah, just trying not to crush anything.
What is it you're looking for? Like what's your, how are you determining what your final goal is?
The final goal is now to get an overview of the particle size distribution. So we will have to, in practical, we will have to zoom in onto a level where we can actually measure the particles and then move to certain areas and check for the particle size distribution and check if we can find anything that should not be there. It's a good example of what it shouldn't be. This is diamond dust. It's so small that even under 5,000 times magnification, you can't really see it.
Right.
But there was one solid diamond piece in there that was 11 micrometers big. And that's just way too much. Then I'm inserting the detector.
So hot news, 5070 might be made with 3 gigabyte density chips instead of 2. So the 5070 might get updated. Nice.
So you can see how this is coming in. So
do these tools have collision prevention on their own?
Yep, there is like a current, a voltage difference in between these, all these parts. So if I hit it, it will detect it.
Okay.
I know from experience, and it's not recommended. Here on the bottom, you see the scale of 20 micrometers. And just to get a reference, a human hair, if you do a cross section of a human hair, it's about 60, sometimes 80. So a human hair would be about this size right now.
Right. So this is the image you took then?
No, that is the image that I took, right? Can properly see the particles. Also that they're not perfectly round as what you would expect. You have this stuff in here, which is all those tiny things will affect the performance of a thermal paste.
Do any of these look ideal to you? Like, do you want it to be uniformly small across the whole paste or mixed?
You want to have a very specific particle size distribution. So you want to have both bigger.
Difference in what? Maybe what is the difference? Difference in what? Smooth grain, yep. Smell the holes nicely. More surface area. Hey, with the 3 gigabyte chips for the 5070, is that what you mean? It's gonna be with higher density. So it'll be 16 gigabytes. Yeah, fill all the micro holes easily. Easier than whatever's on the actual, whatever doesn't get spread out that's underneath the cooler to the IHS is going to be better too, as in more surface area. More surface area is good. That's what you want. Yeah, it means not 12 gigabyte models. Did I update the 5070? I do believe the 5090 uses 3 gigabyte chips. No. That'd be technically more than 32 gigabytes on it, right? But only 32 gigabytes will be usable, if that makes sense. It's just like how my 8 gigabyte card has more than 8 gigabytes, but only technically 2 gigabytes are usable. A 5060 Ti, 2 gigabyte, you think, on the 5060 Ti? Yeah, they are 2 gigabytes, and on the 5070. 5070, 5060, and... I got 3.5 gigabytes of VRAM. Yeah, 2 gigabyte chips, yeah. Yeah, shell design, yeah. But I just got word of the 5070 having possibly 3 gigabyte chips put onto them now. Just higher density. They'll be higher performing technically because they're higher density. They're not more or less going to be faster, as in they're not going to have more bandwidth because it's only going to have so much bandwidth unless it's overclocked from factory. But it won't be. It's just going to be GDDR7 standard speeds that they have right now. 3 gigabyte chips, yes, exactly, cost a lot more money. That's why AMD's only still on the GDDR6, because it saves them a lot of money. It's only like, what, $7 to $10 per chip for the GDDR6, so why would you not? Yep, 3 gigabyte chips are everything, yep. Not saying they're not.
They're just money. They cost money. You have to recoup that money. You have to buy them in bulk, so that way you can get them at a decent price. Maybe these companies have to make deals with Micron, Samsung, whatever companies are going to make these chips. They have to make deals for bulk quantities, and if they're not going to make a good enough deal, they're only going to buy so much, and implement them on higher end models. Because what's the point? What's the point of putting them on lower end models if you're not going to recoup that money or recoup that money quick enough? But as in like actual bandwidth performance for the chips, no. They're not going to be any better than what we have right now. Still GDDR7 chips. Just not overclocked from factory or a newer end GDDR7. So just more density. Secondly, they do perform better because they're higher density. It's just their higher density. So that way the 12 gigabyte model becomes a 16 gigabyte model. Yep. It's good. It's very good.
Particles and smaller particles. Because you want to, if you squeeze the paste in between the cooler and the CPU, you want it to fill the gap. And the gap is not, like two flat lines. It's a lot of stuff here and there.
It's pretty obvious, isn't it? I make sure I got a decent place to live, and I buy a whole bunch of PC hardware, get the equipment that I need, and just work on overclocking. I would maybe make my own thermal paste, sell it. Not to this kind of extent that, big companies do, but I would do stuff to help benefit me for the future.
There, probably show something like that as well. That is a copper surface after milling.
Oh, okay.
That is how it looks like on a water block from us.
Yeah.
So if you look at this, you might think like, wow, that's a shitty surface. But yeah, I mean, this is actually a quite nicely milled surface, but you can see, the mill.
No, more than paste. I do everything I can, right? Whatever I can invest myself in with $100,000. Investing in a whole bunch of things for $100,000 is not a lot, right? So I'd want to invest in stuff that's guaranteed to make me money in the long run and to help recoup money of spending in the quick run. So invest my money in PC hardware can help me in the long run, making thermal pastes, t-shirts, all the stuff you would want to do to sell off to people that would buy it too, right? You gotta make sure people can buy it. And I've already looked at t-shirts and that for my custom owned t-shirts. It's cost me about $15 per shirt, and then I would have to sell it, right? And I'm not going to go to the custom $8 per shirt because they're crap. The designs are crap. The way they fit people are crap. I've already checked out a whole bunch of stuff for that. So I would want to go with a higher end shirt. I know. And invest in L3. Invest more into 1366 Xeons. I invest in different Xeons, of course, but I would want more. Invest in more so I can bin them for the future. Right? You want to make sure you can recoup that money quickly and recoup money in the future, as in makes you money in the future. Which, yeah. But yeah, I would spend money wisely. Let's just say that. Again, make sure I have a nice place. Not, it doesn't have to be expensive, nice place, as in just a nice place, nice quiet place where I can do my stuff. And then, yeah, I'd invest money in different variances.
Milling cutter going across the surface, and that's how it will look like.
Right.
And what you want to achieve is that you want to fill all those tiny gaps with the paste and then fit it to the surface that's on top. And then you want to fill the bigger and the smaller gaps, and for that you just need different particle sizes.
Right. And I guess they kind of find their way into where they belong just from pressure.
Yeah, but that's what we usually, what I was doing here. So I was zooming in much more. This is almost 14,000 times magnified. The field of view here is 30 micrometers.
So you're from 0.28 or something microns up to, or yeah, up to 3.48.
Yeah, in this this is the
I would invest my money in not moving that far away. I would invest my money into CPU pod, a whole bunch of different kinds of CPU pods, into LN2. That's what I would do. Good morning, board. So I wouldn't invest my money into moving to Antarctica. It'd be nice to have, nice cooling all the time, but you could do the same thing if you had the money for it, right? Actually do better cooling.
No matter what happens, you are all winners. Tonight is our
the milling or grinding. In this step, we push the paste through a tiny gap with a lot of force to have an even particle distribution. It changes the viscosity of the paste, and it gets rid of all those tiny spots. 3 mils, 2 steps. Right now, there's a gap between those two, and in the first step, we just pour it in here. And then it will cycle between those 2 rolls. Okay. You'll see that. That will take about 5 minutes. And then in the second step, the third roll is added. They spin at different speeds. And then the third roll exits the paste to the back. Also for this step, we have to cool. Like here, we have to heat it up.
Yeah.
For mixing, here we have to cool it. Otherwise, we will run into this dry out issue.
Okay.
So this is much more critical, especially
So do you cool the wheels?
Yeah, there's coolant running through. We cool it to, we have to stay below 30 degrees. Typically around room temperature is fine, especially if it's just this small step, small batch. It would probably be fine without cooling because it's so much mass, but yeah.
Okay.
Kannst du anschmeißen? Just switch on the chiller anyway. Don't wanna fuck up the batch just because of being lazy, Switch on the hydraulic system of this. And then, so there's 3 different operation modes. If I just turn this on right now, it is in the separation state. Separation means that all the wheels are apart from each other. We want to go to the mixing state, which is the first 2 touching. And then after the 5 minutes, we will go to the grinding and take it out to the back. And here we can observe the temperatures of the wheels, which are currently at about 22, which is ideal. The rolls, they are parallel to each other. So that is what we can do with this. This is the gap control, where we push them. And then we have the roller pressure adjuster, which applies pressure to the rolls. Yeah. And these 2 are just to guide the paste that
keep it inside.
Keep it inside. Yeah. They have to be a little bit loose because we're now pushing the wheels together with the mixing. And now we will add the paste.
Kind of crazy, like just to see it all flattened into one plane.
Yeah, it's also very satisfying. If you do this, it's kind of it's a pretty satisfying thing. So what we have to check is that if we do this, that those particles will just be less.
You're talking about those like basically bubble looking.
Yeah, that
things?
looks like. Sometimes if it's bubbles, that can happen as well. Bubbles are not really a problem because they will go out once we go to the vacuum
I guess
chamber.
you're looking for like these bumps, right?
Yeah,
okay.
like those bumps that come out. So we just have to grind it a little bit longer until most of them are gone. When people are thinking, why am I not doing YouTube videos? It's because I'm doing this. What are you sitting on this yet?
Yeah. One day you're gonna decide you've had enough of this industry and retire, and somewhere I'm gonna find you running like an ice cream truck. You're just gonna be doing this all day for ice cream.
You mean with the forbidden red ice?
Yeah, that's why it costs so much money, because he's using proper materials and he's doing it properly. That's why it costs money. But hey, guy, remember, labor costs money too, right? Labor costs money too. He's got people to pay for this. Right? Electricity is not free to run these machines. Yeah, that's the good stuff right there. Yeah, extreme. Yeah. Yeah, it's That's why this stuff costs so much money, because he's using nice, like good raw material to actually make high-end stuff.
Ice cream.
Yeah. Yeah. Custard Grizzly.
Und vielleicht kannst du gleich auf Grind machen, dann gehe ich rüber. So switching to Grind now.
Okay.
So now you can see, because this roll is spinning faster than this one, it takes off the paste from it.
Is there a stage after this?
Yeah, there can also, there will be the vacuum stage after this. Depending on the paste, you might also have to, like from this side, put it back in here and run this process multiple times.
Okay.
But it depends on the paste, on the particles, on the mixing process. And
looks like you've still got a lot in the middle there between those other two wheels.
Yeah.
So do you just keep running it till it's all out?
Yeah, we have to wait until all of this is gone.
Your best to your worst batch. How do you judge the variance?
We just do temperature testing, but I would say realistically, it can easily be like 2 degrees.
Okay.
On a CPU.
Yeah.
From the best to the worst, especially if you're making bigger batches, and once it goes to the filling process into the syringe, like the machine will start getting the paste from the top, and it will just be a different particle distribution on the top to the bottom. So it will just vary a bit. There's nothing we can do about it. Kannst du mir blaue Tücher geben? Also, it depends on how long you store it now, or if we directly fill it. Like if we would proceed to directly fill this into syringes, then the variance would be quite small.
Okay.
But the longer we wait now, the more separation will start, like separation of the particles and the oil. So now this has to go into vacuum chamber.
Oh, that's what this thing is.
And then you put the lid on it, close this, switch on the vacuum pump, press it down a little bit, and then you can film from the top. Especially once it goes very down in pressure, you should be able to see some of the air coming out, like bubbles forming on top. So now we have to run this for maybe a minute. Doesn't have to run very long. And then we close the valve on the tank, and then it has to sit there for roughly 24 hours.
Okay.
Okay, there is one more thing we skipped earlier. I just forgot about it. It's cool, it has been running for 7 hours now. That is a viscosity meter. And that is one step that we do also for quality check. So we used a silicone oil that is meant to have a viscosity of 500.
Okay.
And we have to double check. Here we can see it's 522, which is perfectly within the tolerance of what we buy in terms of oil. But it is also one of the quality steps we do, at least when we get these buckets of oil. It's usually 25 liters.
Checking the supply as well.
Yeah, at least for the oil, we also check viscosity if it's correct. Also to control ourselves that we don't take the wrong bucket.
Right.
Finally stop that. 7 hours should be fine. All right. The same bucket that you just saw that we put into the vacuum chamber basically pulls out the thermal paste and then pumps it with currently 5 bars through this pipe in here, and then here in this mechanism where we can...
Oh, wow. Okay, so the paste comes down here?
Yeah.
So this fat tube, and then it gets pushed out into the syringe at the end?
Yeah. Usually it's... you dock to it, press dispensing. Now this is dispensing, you can see this is the time it takes for filling.
Cool.
This machine is close to 100,000 euros.
Wow, okay, yeah.
It's very specialized. It's made in Germany, which definitely adds to the price.
Yes. I see scope and what looks like benchtop power supplies, maybe?
Yeah.
What's that for?
We're currently working on automating our filling process. It's not quite ready yet, fully automated paste filling and liquid metal filling.
Cool. Okay.
Because the problem is that what we're doing is so far outside the typical stuff that we can't find a company that just offers this.
Yeah.
You can find machines for normal traditional paste filling, but this will be specific for liquid metal filling into syringes to our standards.
Do large suppliers like those you've worked with in the past, do they already do stuff like this?
They manually fill it for liquid metal.
Okay. So to your knowledge, I mean, is there anyone who automatically fills liquid metal?
There is one in the US, as far as I know. Syringes will arrive here, and then we have this small motor that turns this into different steps. So we have one step for aligning the syringe, then we have one docking step where it's going to be filled, one for
And that's how thermal paste is. All thermal versus thermal paste is made. Can go give him a shout. Definitely go give him a shout out over at his 2 channels, DeBauer and DeBauer English, or DeBauer EN. It's expensive. It's expensive. Some of those machines are very expensive, and then he's trying to make high-end quality paste that's gonna work every single time, basically. Not cheap. He awesome to do, but it's very expensive. Again, like he even said, a lot of these other companies, they hand fill all their tubes. They hand fill all their tubes still. Do an automated machine on them that's too difficult to make. It costs a lot of money. They don't have sales. They don't have their sales. You probably search it up. Maybe you might be able to search up the sales. I'm not sure, to be honest. 3D print the best spread on a CPU? I had a 3D printer. I would try something like that, to be honest. All you would have to do is disable the heat, so that way it heat it up. Oh, what's that here?
Yep. Yeah, they definitely use the cheapest stuff they can get. They use the cheapest, whatever they can use cheap, and buy in bulk cheaper. Yep, because it does sell well very around the world. He's last year, he even made it so that way, shipping it out to like Greece and other places, and the shipping wouldn't cost him too much more, because again, you got to think about shipping going over into other parts of the world. It costs way more to ship it there. And he literally made it so that way the cost wasn't so much higher. Last year, he probably spent a lot of money on getting these companies, shipping companies and that, saying, yeah, there's going to be like Amazon and other places too, to make sure the shipping wasn't too expensive there. It's still expensive, yeah, but he made it so that way it's cheaper technically. You know, you can see down to 0.5 millimeter, I think it is, or a millimeter. I think it's 0.5 millimeter is what they can go down to, but then the cost of them go up too for those prices, right? And then you're paying a premium for CNC blocks, like high-end blocks. Like the block that I have in mine it's a $600 monoblock. You get them now, I think you can get them now $400. Sold everywhere. And he worked very hard to get that, to make sure it's sold everywhere at an affordable price. Because before, some countries, it would have been or double the price due to the fact of shipping. Yep. And the fin density, the actual block itself, to have a higher fin density in it. It's also a mono block, not just a CPU block. Cools the motherboard as well. Cools the motherboard VRMs and the actual CPU. But it's customizable, as in you can put a direct die onto it as well. You can make a direct die or for IHS. It is affordable. Again, other countries cost a lot of money. He made it so that it was technically affordable. So yes, it is affordable. Nope. Fin density for surface area. That's how water works. For transfer away, it's you need surface area. That's why skived fins are better, because they have so much more fin density. But it costs money to do that too. But then you can't get these custom monoblocks or custom CPU blocks. They're fairly standard. Yeah, affordable. Yeah, affordable is MX4. You can buy them in bulk for a decent price, but I mean, that's if you're using it all the time. If I could afford to use Thermal Grizzly all the time, I would only use Thermal Grizzly or KPX. I would only use those. Correct. You want as many channels as possible for surface area. So skived ones are extremely thin. Extremely thin, more surface area, because you can put more in an actual same size as machined. Yep, they have 30. Yep, but 6 to 10 degree difference, right? You're looking at 6 to 10 degree difference. Overclock, and you want the best. And this stuff is good for negative 50. That stuff's good for negative. This stuff is good for negative, close to negative 300. So liquid helium, right? Good for negative 3, like 290 or negative 290, around there. Negative 50. They're not comparable. They're not comparable. Yeah, because you're getting more surface area, as in you can wick away more heat quicker. Noctua, I know I've never used it, and it's not comparable. It probably has maybe negative 50 on it for what temperature you can go down to. Maybe. I'd have to see. I'd have to do some testing on it. No, you don't. They've done testing on different, a lot of channels have done testing, but I would like to do my own, of course. You're gonna get cooling difference. More surface area for heat to go into means water can go across the more channels, as in more surface area, can wick away heat faster. So it's part of thermodynamics. It's very, very basic too. That's very basic. More surface area is better. It's not comparable. Did you not just listen to me, Skeets? That's not what I said. It's not comparable. Guaranteed, it cannot go down to negative 300 like Thermal Grizzly Extreme Cryonaut. Guaranteed, it cannot go down to that temperature. Guaranteed, it might have fairly close to the same actual, like actual for air cooling, it might be comparable. For water cooling, probably not as good. For liquid nitrogen, dry ice, and other things, it's definitely not going to compare. You can see an improvement for 0.5 millimeter to 0.2 millimeter. Yes, you will see an improvement. Again, it depends on how well these CPU blocks, as in the cold plate, are designed, how close the actual fins are to the actual die. Again, this is all thermodynamics. What do you mean Noctua can't make thermal paste that performs? Did you not just listen to me? Hey, if you're not going to listen, stop asking these stupid questions. I just said it. Good for Noctua. They make an NTH1. Good for Noctua for making a thermal paste that hundreds and hundreds of companies have used and made. Is it going to have the same cooling for liquid nitrogen? No. It guaranteed for the price. I'll search it up right now. Have you even searched up what temperature it can go down to? What temp can NTH1 go down to? Negative 50. That's it. Guess what? Cheaper can go to this. That can go to -50 right there. MX4 can go to -50, and it can go to plus 90 degrees Celsius. This can go up to 110 degrees Celsius. So, just saying that NTH1 is not as good as Thermal Grizzly's stuff, okay? Does that help you? Does that help you? Something you could have searched up in 2 seconds, yet you're trying to tell me because I have not used it, I could actually literally see how it does not perform better. Can you tell me? Tell me, please. Help me out, buddy. Help me out. You've never tested it. You've never tested. You didn't even search up what it is capable of doing compared to something that is actually the best. One of the best. Please. You have not used them all. Please tell me every single brand you have used, because guaranteed you have not used the 200 plus brands out there of thermal paste. Please tell me all the brands you've used. Taste test is the only way we can know for sure. Exactly. God dang. You're telling me because I have not tested it, I cannot say any valuable, meaning on it? Sorry, I've done more testing than you. Sorry. More testing than you, just probably on one GPU with multiple different brands of thermal paste. Thermal Grizzly has beat them all. God dang, man. No, it's just, God, there's no stupid question, but if you're just saying stupid nonsense, it can go down to -50. This can go almost down to -300. Again, what I said before as well, they might perform similarly on air. Water might be a different story. Going to dry ice, liquid nitrogen, liquid helium, they're not comparable. I do not have to repeat, just listen. God dang. Exactly. I like hard, stupid nonsense. Because it actually is stupid nonsense. Do not tell me I cannot make a comparable differences between thermal paste depending on what they actually have compounds and what they can actually do. At least I can make sense on what they can be comparable for. You just making nonsense stuff. You said you used them all. Guaranteed you not have used them all. And yes, I try to make sure I'm in a comparable environment. I try to make sure the temperature is the exact same around the system and air is going into the system. That's why I have 3 different temperature monitors. Jeez. Yeah, I literally, I have a whole bunch of actual thermal probes, so that way I can test the air into it. I can test the water temperature if I'm doing it on water, and I can test the actual room temperature. Keep the temperature around in the center of the room for actual room temperature. It's best to do. You use Thermal Grizzly. What ones have you used for Thermal Grizzly? You've used MX4, NTH1, NTH2, Corsair. Oh my God, that's all of them. That's all of them. That's all the brands. Good job, man. That is so many. So many. That is, oh my God. I wish I had as many brands as you to test on. Cryonaut. You know how many different versions of Cryonaut there is? Please tell me all the different versions of Cryonaut. So many. You tested so many. In a nice, somewhat controlled environment. I know what you're saying, sorry. I'm not saying, but I will literally say what I have done, what I do for my testing as well. On different GPUs, on different size dies, whether or not I'm doing direct die, if I'm just doing IHS, on soldered actual IHS, if I'm using a big die CPU, such as like a GTX 1080 Ti, or a bigger die like a 2080 Super, I test it on different variable things and different brands and different quality of, Thermal paste. There's so many brands. Amazon, you can find hundreds of different brands, not just Thermal Grizzly, Noctua, Corsair. I mean, there you got Thermal Ray, Thermal Take. You got this really crappy old H110 or H. There's so many. There's so many different kinds. So many. And toothpaste actually works. Unfortunately, it does work. It's just not good. Who cares what the reviewers say? If you want to do testing, you gotta test them all. What oil smelled bad? Use Crisco? Perfect. Exactly. Use your own special recipe. Yep. But you haven't tested the best toothpaste, thermal paste. No, I have not. No, I have not. Yeah, and guess what? You don't think I've used Thermal Right and all that crap too, buddy? You don't think I've used Noctua? You don't think I've used all these other brands? Not comparable. Not comparable. And if you're overclocking and want the best performance, you're going to want some of the good stuff. My instincts are very keen, sir. I've completed all the tasks required. Oh my god. It's brutal. It's brutal. Again, don't say you've used all of them when you've only used 5. 5. You used 5 different kinds. Again, if I had the money, I would be testing all the different thermal pastes, all the different TPMs, all the different graphene sheets, and doing an actual comparison of it. It takes a long time and it costs a lot of money. No, you have not used all the ones in the store. You've used all the ones in Canada Computers. That's different. That's one store you've gone to. Go to Walmart. Go to Canadian Tire. Go to Amazon. My God. It's nice that you've used a bunch of different ones. Just don't say you've done it all. They sell it. They sell it. They sell computer parts. They sell computers. I ain't joking about this kind of thing. It's true. 8 heat pipes? 8 heat pipes? What? That be a real man use PTM like I did. Yeah, AliExpress. Holy moly, there's so many places you can buy thermal paste. 8 heat pipes, though, Squeeze? That's a lot of heat pipes. That sucks for you then. But yeah, Canadian Tire does sell thermal paste. Oh, should make a video about that sometime. Look at the thermal paste I got from Canadian Tire. Let's see how well it works. Then again, I'd have to have other thermal paste that I can go. AliExpress is good. I still haven't bought off AliExpress. Has Wish gotten any better? Or is it still crap? Or is it still crap to go to? They sell the dope Xeon. Oh, that sucks there, board. Yeah, I mean, having the thermal paste's a bit more liquidy when you're applying. It's kind of nice. That means you're not, gonna put too thick of a layer and just waste it. So what? To do testing, proper testing and that, you gotta wait. It takes time. It takes money. And then to do an absolute proper way to do it, you have to have a nice setup. You're gonna want multiple different temperature probes, different actual, like I said, climate and temperature as well. That's why when people used to come to my channels, I used to ask them about what kind of PC hardware they're using, what brands are out there roughly, if they have AC and stuff like that. Like, holy, like I got a lot of people from India, and they got certain kind of GPUs out there, certain kind of coolers, because it works out there. They need beefier stuff. I heard it's gotten good. I heard AliExpress has gotten really good. This isn't even all of it. Does not. Not for everything, but for some things, probably not half bad, right? I know I should probably do some of that too, do the different kind of subtitles and that. Again, I got quite a bit of people from India. I got a whole bunch of people from Australia as well. I don't know. Hopefully not too far of a move, but I need to be able to find a place still too. No, it doesn't so far. You have to put in stuff for each one. Nah, I ain't gonna move that far. Can't. I'm not allowed to right now. Tour? I can't really do a tour. I'll clean up my place and do a tour after. I'm going through boxes of stuff. Like I said, boxes of stuff. Different coolers and that. All the fans and that. I don't know. Probably be throwing a lot of stuff out, to be honest. No, away from me is not too bad, but it's far away from me. To be honest, if I could just find a job, like, it would help out a lot, but I still can't find a job. Still can't find a job. It is brutal. You haven't tried to send me stuff. I told you gotta message me in the Discord and we could figure something out. Again, I do have stuff from viewers. I do have people that donate. I even work from home jobs, yeah. Yep. And then there's so many untrusted ones. Your internet crash? That's no good. But why? Yep, can only do so much right now, though. So right now I'm doing what I technically can. Oh yeah, I was gonna solder. So yeah, fix up my i7 920. Don't throw away the fans. Yeah, but I gotta throw some stuff out just to make it so that way I can put a lot of stuff in boxes, totes, to make it easier for moving. I've thrown out so much stuff over the past year, it's not even funny. So much money just gone down the drain. So much money. Oh. Sounds like DNS issue, to be honest. Oh. Sucks I couldn't get the 9600 GT working though. Should see if I can get this i7 920 working. Yeah, not give you anything that's valuable of anything. Getting rid of some like electrical cords for PCs. I guess I got like 30 of them. I'm only gonna keep the server grade ones because I like the server grade ones. Nope. I don't know, I was thinking I'd take them to the scrap. It's not like I'll get much money for them though. Yep. Yes, they would get cost more. Easier just to leave by the side of the road, someone else would come grab it, either use it or throw it out. That simple, really. It would be that simple. Got a roommate. Can't. Not where I'm living. The place got bought by a different person. The person's looking to move new people in and raise the rent. Talk here, would you take it? Probably. Yep. I can't afford the rent here, that's for sure. Cannot afford it. I can't afford $2,000 just for rent. 2 times the performance? Oof, we would have to go to like a 4090. I don't mind living alone, but I also have a cat too that doesn't live with me anymore. Lives with my mom right now. So I would like to find a place where I can have my cat again. I do miss Gabby Goo. Yep, $2,000 everywhere. $2,000. Yep, it happens everywhere. Price of things just seem to keep going up and up and up as well. That's why I literally live off of like basically rice and yep, $500 a week. That's just for rent, not including hydro, not including my internet, not including anything else. Just rent. That's how much it is. I technically only need a bachelor, but bachelors are about $1,400 to $1,600. Yep, it's always nice to help out and get some help back. That's nice of your dad. No, I don't live in Toronto. Not far from Toronto, though. Right? So, do what we can do. It's average. It's not bad. That's good average. Yeah, that's a 3-bedroom. 2 bedrooms are more expensive here. Basically, you rent a house for the same price. Yep, the prices are crazy. Prices for everything is crazy. Yep, rent controls. It's equivalent to the same amount as Canada, though. My back. Yep. Nanoscale 3D. Yep. Talked a bit about that yesterday. Where's the wood? Yeah, there's probably good potential in it, but it's not gonna be a thing for a while. It's some companies might utilize it. So I don't need a car. Just need a place to live. Good groceries. What a way to draw it. Well, if it works. Yeah, for a lot of people, yep. Well, good for you. $8,000 is a lot of money. It's what, $27,000 Canadian? Yeah, 27,000, almost $28,000 Canadian. That's decent money. Oh, did you? I didn't even see that. Didn't even see the picture of the PC. Yeah, you wouldn't have to worry about rent for a year. Whatever money you have can go towards the groceries and other bills. You'd be able to save some money for a whole year. Yep. Nice. Looks good. Depends on the car you're buying. You could buy a new car for $20K. Can't live on your own, but I make 10 times less than that and somehow seem to do it. Yep, you can invest money with that kind of money. Invest it. Yep. I said I would invest it. Still paying off a car that I don't even have anymore. I'd invest into my YouTube, invest in things that would help my YouTube channel out, like going with newer hardware, selling stuff, as in custom t-shirts, stuff like that. That's investment money. And future investment too. I'd make sure I have a decent place, good food. If I could learn a bit more about crypto again, you can invest in crypto, make money pretty quick. No. You can go to custom places and put your own logos and that on it that you make. Doesn't cost that much. It does cost money to do t-shirts, but when it costs you $20,000, it costs you about $15 per shirt to be made. They sell those $15 per shirt made for $25, $30. You're doubling your money. And then you gotta put in the cost of your own time. You gotta put in the cost of shipping. So you gotta make sure you're making some money off them. No, it's not that great of a place, to be honest. Yeah. In a while since it's good to go to places. You can go to Niagara Falls. Niagara Falls isn't half bad still. Insurance costs money. Oh, I'd love to be able to move. I can't. Like I said, I can't move. I'm not allowed. Life things. Life things that very little people know about. Again, move. Not possible. Nope, I don't. I think I do construction. I think I got all my own tools, so that way I can make money doing construction without having to get schooling. Yeah, I didn't get the old GPU working. It's toast. I don't have an ankle monitor anymore. Yeah, be lucky. Be lucky if you did. It's not that easy. It can take up to 10 years to get into housing right now where I am. I think it's fried. Doesn't even show up. I've replaced a bunch of components, but from the last move I had, I didn't realize a whole bunch of components went off and I fired it up. And yeah, I think it's fried. Core gets warm, but nothing else gets warm. I don't have a multimeter anymore to test out what could be wrong with it. See if it's just a memory. It can take too long. By the time I even get a housing, to be able to get affordable housing, I could technically be making money. That way I would not be able to even get the affordable housing, buddy. Still looking for a job. Not like I'm not stopping and looking for a job. It can take up to like 7 to 10 years to get affordable housing. I know how to work, buddy. I know how to work. And done roofing. I can do shingling. I can do flat roofs. I've done commercial style duct work, commercial buildings for roofing, framing, wood, light gauge steel. I've built post offices, Tim Hortons, small data centers, marijuana facilities, high-end marijuana facilities. That sounds pretty cool there, Teddy. You gotta have a marijuana license. The marijuana license can go up to $250,000. But I lost it. To do small jobs, you still technically need to have a business. Costs money to have a business. I don't have a vehicle to move all my tools around for doing all these jobs, so nope, I'm not able to. I don't have a car. I'm still paying for a car that I don't have. Yeah, I already know how to do a lot of electrical. Half priced or free. It would have to be free, and I've already been looking into that kind of thing, and it's not free. Tough fruit picking. Past life stuff, buddy. Past life stuff. Nope. Not totaled. Although someone did run into it. Not totaled. It was a very expensive Volkswagen diesel. Cost me a lot of money. Yep. But they do. Something to make money, right? Eddie, what are you going on about? So if you can get into the right place, right? Be free board and food. Maybe how much ads I got. I ain't picking fruit. It's on normal. It's on the normal how I usually have it. Just moderate. I'm not sure how you got 5 ads in half hour. That'd be YouTube doing that, not me. I'm moderate like I always do. Never watching all those ads. Oh man, I threw it my back and it hurts so much. The back. It's like Spider-Man. I sound like Tobey Maguire. My back. Yep. They do every 6 minutes. You can do it every 6 minutes, and then I can make it so it jumps around to different viewers to maximize profit. I don't get enough viewers to do that. I don't want to do that to my viewers, to be honest. I don't even really want ads. I don't want ads in my live stream. It's just, it makes me some money. That is true. If it doesn't get picked, it does go to waste. I get paid more if there's more ads. If I don't have ads, I don't get paid. I would like to not have ads. I would like at some point to make it so that way I can afford to not have ads. If that makes sense. I don't know if it works like that there, Squeeze. I believe it goes off of like your IP and that too. YouTube is very stingy and strict. I want more viewers. If I had more I want people coming in my stream and then every 6 minutes there's an ad. Every 6 minutes there's an ad. It's just, I don't want that. If I had more viewers, then it would kind of make sense to do it that way, but I don't have enough viewers to even want to do it up high. It's every 6 minutes. You don't think I've tried? You don't think I've been trying to get sponsorships? Too small of a channel. I get lots of hours watch time and not enough views. Yeah. I have not been able to get one yet. Although I'm going for certain sponsors, so that way. Yeah, I know, Zard. I know what you're saying. But I can't. I don't want to do that. Then lose viewers, lose potential subscribers. That's why I'd rather keep the ads to a moderate. Yeah, it's not my ads. It's whoever's blocked on Google. Remember, Google puts out their own ads. Not right. Right. Yeah. The ads are should be every 12 minutes technically. For the moderate, I believe it's every 12 minutes, roughly every 12 minutes. You go out there hard. Yep. Generally, botting though, they use phones. Each phone has its own data, and YouTube won't know about it. Yeah, spotting works, but it's generally just phones. Now you got like a really high-end home server where you can do a whole bunch of different IPs on it. No, not off the same computer. Nope. That's how I usually set up stuff. Yeah, phones. Phones is what you gotta do it off of. That's the only way you can get around it. And yeah, people do it. Costs a lot of money still. I believe just one, right? Yeah. Control media influence, yep. Exactly. Alright, what should I work on though, guys? What should I work on? I can't get that GPU working, so that kind of sucks. So solder up this i7-920 and get it working again. I don't know, I've never tried. Need some solder work. Maybe I'll fix up this. See if I can get it working. Yeah, I've already done it this morning. I've already done it this morning. I can do it again. Just gotta set it up. That's all. Make myself a coffee. Just need to make myself a coffee. Nice. Did you not listen? I don't have a multimeter anymore. Again, after 2 moves in this year, I've lost tens of thousands of dollars. I don't have a multimeter anymore. How's it going, Paul? Oh, nice. My phone works. I would definitely put it to use. Oh, your internet crashed. Oh, no. It's 400. You can bank your data out there? That's nice. It's awesome you can bank your data. How's it going, new gun? How was your day, man? Good. It's always good to hear, man.
Is that up to you? Nice. Keep hearing about these optic flights. I just don't know that. Should I set up the water cool for the i7-920? Do I even want to fix that? You got your PC back, your internet back. Four gigabytes of data, holy. A lot of games don't even use that much. Like PC games, they don't use that much. Well, thank you very much. This is awesome. On. Maybe we'll put the 3770K in and see what kind of scores we can do with the GTX 770. Just with this system. It's not a great system, but or I can see what I gotta do. And the propaganda, yeah. I can check out the 1080 here. Yep. See what I gotta do for Ice Storm something, but it doesn't really give me points. No, I wouldn't be able to do it with that. Eight gigabytes of VRAM? Not that I know of. From AMD. I just know of their 4 gigabyte. Yep, they'll use quite a bit of bandwidth. That's why having faster chips is better, but if you're not even utilizing PCI Express 4, then why bother going up to PCI Express 5? Kingpin is still holding the record for Firestark Extreme with the 1080 Ti. Crazy.
Thank you very much there, Borth. Really did not have to do that. Don't use any, I don't use anything, just Father Astrid. Not everyone can. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, not that I know of. I know they make a workstation style GPU that might have 8 gigabytes, but I don't know if you want a workstation GPU. What are you thinking? I should just use the 770 to be honest. Should I solder up this 770? If you can even find one at a respectable price, right? Well, thank you very much there, Hooves. You did not have to do that, man. I don't want your last dollar. I budgeted well. I don't know about that. Oh, what should I do? Should I go over some hard drives and get rid of stuff in my hard drives? Usually live all the time if I can. Generally 12 hours a day. Trying to figure out what to do though, if I should load up some hard drives, get rid of old videos I don't need anymore. Alright, good. Glad you do. What should I do? I'm thinking. Oh no. Thankful. And take apart the 1080 Ti. And we thermal paste it. It's a lot. No, that's a lot in my opinion, bud. Just team game. Why would I do that? Yeah. Nah. I wouldn't get one. Yeah, set this up. Yeah, just gonna look at my sexy legs again here. Wing. So here's got a nut on the bottom of it, so you gotta fold it with your finger. That way it gets loose. And I think this top one has to come out too. Go. Those together. Brackets should come out more. Tight still. Loosen off another screw. There we go. And just a bracket. You can technically goddamn take it out. Yeah, we gotta take off. We're just gonna take off the cooler. I take apart the whole card if you want, but don't need to. Nice angle on it. You're gonna need a decent screwdriver for these side screws here. This one's here on top is out. Go here.
I'll turn it around. We got these ones over here. Too kind there, sorry. Too kind. I'll try not to throw away the fans. I do got a lot, though. I should gather them all up and show you all the fans I got. I see almost got every manufacturer fan there is. Okay, so that's all you need to do there. Yeah, I got EVGA fans. I have fans that are 20 years old, buddy. Again, too kind there, Zerdy. Thank you very much. My first GPU was AMD R7 270. Yep. I can go back and put all the screws back in. Voodoo. I don't believe that. So, again, once you take out these side screws, so these ones here, the silver spring-loaded ones off the side here, and off the side here, and then over here, we got the same, one here, one over here. Again, before that though, what you want to do is take off the actual bracket, right? Take off the actual bracket, you have to remove this screw here, this screw here, and this screw here. You have to take out 3 of these little screws from the actual side of the bracket, and you do have to take out these screws as well. Most times you can just spin it out by hand, but if you have like a pair of needle nose pliers, make it a little easier on you. And once you get all those out, you gotta take out these spring-loaded screws from here, from all 4 of those, and that's all you need to do for that. And also, like I said before, with these screws here that go down through the actual plate here, with the nut, just put your finger underneath and unscrew it. Put your finger underneath and unscrew it, and then that will come out fairly easily. That's all you need to do for taking off the cooler. Voodoo 2 is a, yep. Yeah, I would like a Voodoo, but have you seen the price of them? They're crazy. Yeah, Sound Blast as well. I'm gonna take this, just pull up, and we got these hookups for the fans, multiple spots. First, what you want to do is grab this one here. What you can use is a spatula if you have it. You can use a spatula, just grab against the plastic, pull down on both sides. Wiggle that loose. Don't just yank on wires. You can rip these wires quite easily. So there. This is loose. You can lift this up. It might be really sticky on your side, but lift it up. Make sure it's all loose. Grab it. Check to see if any other wires are there. Like this one. Here. We have to move that one. Just want to use my screwdriver because it's easy.
Have to get my flathead screwdriver here. Make sure it's out. Top is still not yet. Monochrome color for text? No clue. Yeah, lift this way. And I guess the last time I did this one was with KPX, as you can see. Not KPX, sorry. Thermal Grizzly Extreme. Now these, you gotta worry about these as well. So what I like to do is just hold it here and grab these connectors by hand. Give it a little pull, and then grab this one, pull it out. And then you got on this side here, just one connector. Again, just hold this card up. Grab it with your fingers, should be able to do it no problem. I have some pretty big hands for a small guy, so if I can do it, you should be able to do it too. There we go. There's the board. There's the cooler. Again with KPX, the pink stuff. Not KPX, Thermal Grizzly Extreme. I'm going to clean that up with a cloth. Nope, it's all underneath heatsink, underneath the ICX heatsink. That's what ICX stands for. It's the cooler design. It's all underneath. No, you won't. You won't. The only thing you can mess up are these pads here and the one on the actual copper pipe that go to all the actual chips and that VRMs. You can wreck these ones here, and having a good pad on it as well on the actual copper heat pipe that you see here will actually help a lot because it does connect to, it hits here. So as you can see, these fins, the fin arrays here, see how these fin arrays are flat and these ones are just sharp and these ones are flat? It's due to the fact these flat ones connect onto this pad and these flat ones connect onto here. Yeah, I like the pink stuff too. I use the thermal putty. Yep, I've heard of that stuff. I would like to try it out sometime, see if it's any good for cooling VRMs. But again, I like to use copper. It just takes a long time to set it up right. Okay, so I'll move this cooler out of the way. I gotta grab a brush and brush off any dust. An SVGA 4 color, then EGA 16, VGA 256, and SVGA 16K. Oh yeah. Chocolate smoothie offers 4,860 color value per color channel. Red, green, blue, result you kill approximately 68.7 billion possible colors. Crazy. And I need to grab another wipe here. Getting off this. I can show you as die. Get myself a nice and newer looking one. Nice little wipe. I'm not using alcohol wipes. Alcohol wipes you still need to clean afterwards because it's not unless you can get 99.9 like 99% alcohol wipes. Most times for wipes you're not getting 99% or really pure alcohol. It can leave a residue. So after you use an alcohol wipe, because it does make cleaning it off easier, you're gonna use another clean rag. With clean rag, Q-tip, something that can get rid of any residue. Yep, you're gonna need 99%. There's the chip, the video. A Taiwan 17528A1. There's the code for it, and then GP102. Yeah, if it's not 99%, you don't need to buy it for graphics cards. because you're gonna have to clean it anyways afterwards. So get 99%. You can get 98% is okay, but 99% is what you want. I'm just gonna dust this off. It's not too bad. It's actually pretty clean. I do this twice a year minimum. Take apart my graphics cards. What up there, Tuttle? Yeah, there's like nothing left on this one. When you screw it down nice and tight too, it does make good contact pressure and pushes it all away. It's very flat. Very, very flat chip, which I like. And the cooler's pretty dang flat itself. So that way when you tighten down your screws in a nice pattern fashion, and make sure you tighten it down all the way nice and tight. Again, do not try to strip it tight, but put it nice and tight. More pressure on the actual core to the cooler. It's better for thermal wicking. And make sure there's less paste left over. Yep, wasn't a whole lot of thermal paste. I can put back together and take apart again with other thermal paste if you'd like to see. You can use methanol or not methanol, but you can use what's it called? Acetone. You can use acetone too. But as a profile, it's just not as bad for you, more or less. Nicer on the lungs. It would be crunchy. Definitely crunchy. Makes things so easy, yep. Yeah. Here's a heat sink. Again, you're going to see that it has flat spots on this here that make contact for the pads. I'll line it up for you. So as you can see, these flat ones here line up with these pads. These flat. These flat. So these flat ones here. So you can see they're flat. They're flat. Make contact with the actual heat pipe on for the BRMs and keep everything nice and cool. Would you? I can take the whole card. Do you want me to take apart the whole card for you? Show you. Paste? Not much. I've already like nothing basically. I'll show you. I'll reassemble it, take it back apart for you. I'll do it right now. Yep, again, I do this minimum 2 times a year for my graphics cards. Minimum two times a year. Right. And when you do the chip, try to hit the edge let a bit of it go over the edge as well. Push it over here. Nice, good spread over. That's right, good spread. Everybody likes a good spread. There we go. Since it's already done on the sides there with the KPX, or not KPX, the Extreme Cryonaut, don't have to worry about it, but I'm going to do over here where it's kind of missing some. Again, what I like to do, last little bit that's left on, again, the last little bit, you want to just use it on the cooler itself. That way you're not having to wipe away and waste any. It's still going to be utilized somewhere. Yep, having some on the side gives a little bit better thermal conductivity. That's why, as you can see, I've left the KPX, or the Extreme Cryonaut there before, because it helps cool the whole chip itself. Not just the actual chip, but the actual, not the die, but the whole chip. Like the whole chip here, and then you got the die, right? So yeah, you want to spread it over the chip a bit. And then when you smush this down, it'll go down in there and flow nicely as well. Now, again, you're trying to keep everything as cool as possible, so having little extras just fine. Some part of the thermal paste there, I'm just going to remove that. Go up down, so we'll poke that out. Up. And around that, there we go. Okay, I'm going to assemble this and I'll take it back apart. So what I like to do is take this, flip it over here. My bad, kind of have a frame there. So what I like to do is take it same way, right? Same way that you want to do it. Make sure we got no connectors in the way. Then you got to look down throughout it. And then lay it down. So that way you can line it up before you even put it on. You can line everything up and then let it sit down. Yeah, press down a little bit here. Not much, just press down. Make sure it sits down nicely before you even put screws on it. You got that right, Tuttle. All right, now we're going to assemble the first screws, these ones here. Again, all we're going to do is put the screw in. You got to turn backwards until you feel a little click, and then you can screw it in one full turn. Same thing with this side. You got to go to diagonal. Put this in, turn backwards till you feel that little click. That way you're not cross-threading. One full turn. I've already cleaned off some dust. There's a little bit. There's a little bit. And if you go back to my videos, you can see how much this card's been used over the past few months. It's been used quite a bit. One full turn. Again, I do take apart my cards minimum 2 times a year, so my cards are very clean. Again, backwards, so click, and one full turn. Then we're gonna go back here, back, 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 everything, same pattern. And we're just gonna do 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, and then all the way, all the way, all the way, all the way. It's pretty simple, right? That's your fault, not mine. There's no way. No way my stream is using that much. Yeah, you can get some higher end CPU coolers that do have like that kind of thing, right? My CPU block, like CPU blocks and that. You do it in a pattern like that, you can make sure it mounts proper. A better mount, nice even pressure mount. But yeah, you got other coolers that don't have that. They only have 2 screws technically to push it down. So you gotta push the one screw down to keep holding it and tighten it together. So that way it mounts itself proper. Instead of pushing it one side and then all of a sudden it's going to the other side. You don't want that. I hear ya. Okay, so as you can see, that's more than enough for the tightening of it. I don't need to add the side screws or anything like that. That's enough for the core for pressure. Then we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna just loosen each screw. And 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. There we go. And then all the way. All the way. Again, they are spring loaded, so you put a little bit of pressure on the screws when you do it. Then I'll just use these ones and I'll lighten these ones until they're about ready to go. So that way it's still even pressure at this last bit. How's it going? 1080 Ti. 2012. Yeah, 2017. Yeah, 2017 is when the 1080 Ti came out. UJ would accept warranty claims even if at fault. Yeah, up to a degree, yeah, they would. Okay, so now I'm going to take this, again, like I showed before. We're going to pull up at a nice angle. First with your thumb here on the EVGA logo part is where you want to do it, especially with the connectors. And then you got to leave it up, pull straight up. Give me 1 sec and I will make sure I show you this. I got to refocus a bunch of stuff. Now autofocus, put this down. We'll do this. We'll manual focus this one. That's compensation on that. And down. There it goes. You can really see it. So you can really see that, eh? As you can see, it didn't make full contact over here, but as the card gets fully screwed assembled and that together, it'll put more contact pressure on this and make it a better contact pressure. But as you can see, there's not a whole lot there. And then you can show this side. As you can see, this side here does not have as much contact pressure, but as you put all the screws together, because of the pads and the way the screws are done on this, it helps put more pressure down on this. Another custom design, that's true. This GPU, Canadian, they're selling for $450, $500 with the box. Yeah, it's just warranty. Yeah, good luck. You can remove the stuff on the side, but you're gonna have to be very, 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 very mindful of all of the actual SMTs on the side. Well, I call them again as SMDs. I know we don't call them SMDs, but I call them SMDs, surface mount devices. And these resistors and that on there, you gotta be very, very careful. They're very, very small, very delicate. So yes, you can remove it. Just make sure you add some back to the edges to the edges, and that way it just has proper cooling and thermal wicking on the whole chip itself, not just the actual top of the chip. Yeah, they're more or less for laptop PTM. Phase change. It's a phase change thermal paste. Well, phase change thermal material, they call it. But yeah, it's a phase change. So basically like a pad, it's like a pad that once heated up, it melts. And the longevity of it, they say it lasts as long as the device, as in the life of the device. So probably 3 to 5 years technically. But with GPUs and stuff like that, your GPUs get dirty, the coolers get dirty, you're gonna have to take it apart anyways. So what's the point of using PTM? Are you just gonna leave your cooler all dirty? You gotta leave everything all dirty, you just been thinking that's gonna be fine? No, you still have to clean your coolers. Yeah. But GPUs, I mean, in my opinion, you're going to be taking apart your GPUs because you're going to want to clean them. Air compressor, man. I mean, you got to be careful with air compressors. You can knock stuff off with air compressors. Especially if the heat's gotten to it and the solder joint wasn't the greatest to begin with. A lot of issues with air compressors. I mean, you can use compressors, just gotta be careful. Not too much pressure. You gotta know what you're doing. You just gotta know what you're doing, you know what I'm saying? Okay, so what I'm gonna do is clean this up. Okay, at the edges with this, I'm gonna clean this up and we grab thermal paste. Clean this up. Yeah, if you don't have a moisture controller on your air compressor, you can get a lot of moisture from it. Then we use data vac. Yeah, I just use small brushes, and then I got some really nice brushes for when I'm trying to do motherboards, and not some really big, thick, ultra soft brushes when I do motherboards. $25, that's not bad. Yep, and you have moisture control on air compressors, yep. Yeah, as long as you get the most amount of dust out of it, you don't have to go nuts, right? But I do like to take apart all my stuff, and then once a year I like to wash all my boards, wash them all out, and then isopropyl them, isopropyl wash afterwards to help dry stuff out. That way there's no corrosion.
Another spread. Another spread action here. I could put something like that on line. Yep. Yep, you can. Put it on there. They don't cost a whole lot of money to do for air and line dryers. And then, like I said, I like to add the last bit of paste there. And what I do again, like I said, make sure you want to line it all up nicely. Up over top before you set down. Line it up. Down. Up. Throw that pressure. That's it. And then I can lock this bad boy back up. And you hook all the fan connectors and that LEDs back up afterwards. Until a click. Full turn. I think so. Voila. Now we'll hook up. What we'll do is flip this around. We'll put these silver screws back in before we even do the fan hookups and all that too. We'll do these screws so that way we're not jarring around the first set of screws that you put in. I ran 4K with this in the 3770K, so I think I'll do 720. Try to use the screen here to see this. Okay, kind of difficult. Kind of difficult to see. Yo. See if I could do this one without seeing, just looking off the screen. Ready? Yep. Now we can put these can connectors back in now. So,
I line it up. I like to reckon that I use plastic kind of tools when doing this kind of stuff. What you can do too, just take the head of it and just bend the wire so that way it's a nice angle, so that way you can line it up easier for you. Yep, just put it in the slot that way with just one hand. Grab whatever you're using to push it down with, push down. So it's fully seated. There we go. This one here, it's pretty easy. Just push it up, line it up. Push it down. Just gonna go back and forth until it's fully seated. That way you don't have to push so much hard on the center. You just go back and forth. Unreal Tournament 4K, I don't know. Oh, 1080 Ti, crush them. Again, with like this one here, what you're gonna have to do to make it easier, grab it here, and then just bend it. Just bend it lightly. That angles it down. You can push it over. Make it a little easier on yourself. So, shuffle it around. Don't forget the other connector here and the other connector here. Flip it around. Thing. Line it up. Make sure it's in there, and then push on either side till it locks down. So here, same thing. What we're gonna do, slightly bend it, just slightly. You don't have to go too hard with it. Inbuilt APUs, they are getting a lot better, a lot better. Cannot deny that, man. I cannot deny that. Go and it's in there, and then push it down. Right, and then you're gonna go to the other side. The other side. So it's all seated. That's all we can do. Now we gotta go back to the back plate here. The back plate here. Remember we took out these 3 top screws just to make sure it works out proper. We're gonna have to slide this back in. If it's tight, what you can do is just remove these 3 screws or just loosen these 3 screws here. And it'll make it easier for you to slide this in. Went the wrong way. There we go. Push it in until you line it up. Make sure you push it in until it's all lined up. You're gonna grab your, again, the longer style screws, the longer ones. Just back turn until you feel that click again. And it doesn't take much pressure for these to sit down. 6 point is altogether different though? Yeah, it is. This one here, remember, this one doesn't turn, right? Remember, this one doesn't turn? Right, just comes right out. So you leave the screw in, like so. You grab the nut. Have the nut on your finger, put it underneath until the screw pushes up. Backtrack it until you feel that click. And just hold it until it's snugged. And you can take this one. And the last long one goes in this corner. We remove that one there to make it easier for the back plate to come out. There you go. And then we got to go back to these ones here. So First ones are easy. I just do it by hand. My fingers are fairly strong. So that I'll show you. These ones here. Just put them in. Backtrack till for that click again. Backtrack till for the click. Come on. Come on. It's hard to do without seeing it. There we go. Oh. I guess we have to do that first. Oh, backtrack. One more. Real more. Hold on, baby. Where's that click? Yeah, let's screw in first. See what that helps. Maybe like that. Screw more. Oh, it does. Yeah, just screw it in. Till it's tight. And then, like I said, if you use on the unknown players, you can tighten it up a little bit more. Just be careful. Temps are already good. Temps are already good on this card. I actually didn't need to do this at all on this card, but yeah, it's good to do. Good to clean stuff. Right? Sand. See. And then until it's bottom due. That's what you want to do. Temps were good. Also had Thermal Grizzly Extreme Cryonaut on it, so just my cards go through cold weather too, right? So moisture can be in it, and that's no good. And what we're gonna have to do now, and these screws here, here, and here. Just grab them, place them, grab them, place them. And you always want to turn back to feel that click, and you can screw it down. And just go snug. Yeah, it's not easy for, you see the angle I'm screwing this in at. I'm just looking at the screen so I can see. I can't see. I'm doing this for you guys, so it's very, very difficult. That's it. So all the screws back in, everything's tightened down nicely. That is it. So turning it back, make sure you're not cross-threaded, especially if you're dealing with like these screws that are very, very, the thread count's very high on them. Yeah, make sure you don't cross-thread. So you just turn backwards till you feel like click, and then you can screw that in without cross-threading it. So let's put it in the test system here. All right. That all hooked up. And we will grab this. Make myself small. Get rid of this. Go back to this. And then we'll fire up the system. Just give me a second. Oh, maybe I should. But I see my sexy legs again. All right, so we're good here. You can see me good enough. Everything's on a little bit of an angle, but that's okay. Yeah. Up the system. Just gotta move around the keyboard and mouse. I should just keep this here. Keyboard and mouse for the system. Blah. Turn it on. Turn it on. Turn it on. Turn it on. All right. Beautiful. Right, just go into the BIOS again here. Yep. It's fine. Just tab this all to the exit. Boom. Save tangent reset. Yeah, shows you how good the MX4 is for cheap thermal paste. It does work pretty good, to be honest. Again, thank you, donators. So, yep, and we'll get back into it. It's gonna be green until I get the BIOS installed, just letting you know. Not BIOS, the driver installed. There's no driver now. Should automatically won't automatically find if I don't have the internet hooked up to it. Oh wait, I do have a driver, don't I? If I remember correctly, I do have a driver for it. We'll find out. Downloads. Nope. No, I do not. Of course. Of course. And grab this. There. Oh, it's going to automatically install it? No way. No way. Don't even need the internet. Thank you, computer. Amazing. Well done. It loves the 1080 Ti. So I'll check out afterburner here. (28 degrees Celsius). It's 23.5 degrees Celsius in here. We'll grab Dave. 23.5. Go down. Let things warm up. And we'll test it out. What do you want to run? Want to run 3D Mark 2001 SE? Let's do it. I'll do this for now, I guess. It's not going to be a great score. It's with an i5 2400 in the system right now. That's overclocking the i5 2400, so it's in the system. And I'm going to minimize this. Should start up. And we'll load up Cupid, just because it's easier to read stuff off of it. It's the i5 2400 right now. GPU right now, 13 watts. Temperature, 30 degrees. Hotspot. It's gonna be some hotspot with it. That's fine. That will work in once the paste gets a little bit warmer too. Things will cool down. As you can see, hotspot is going down slowly as it warms up. So let's let the system sit for a second. And the fan's not even spinning, so it should warm up a bit. How's it going? I'm twerking when I'm working. Oh, hell. I'm working. I'm working here. All right. Screw. So things are hotspots slowly going down, which is good. As the thermal paste gets warmed up in that, the temperature of the hotspot should go down as long as you have good contact in that and good thermal paste. As you can see, temperatures are going down a bit from 45. They got to drop 1C, but before I dropped a lot more off the hotspot. Never get 13 watt? Really? That's where it should be at. That's literally where it should be at. Your CPU, while doing just this kind of stuff, should literally be doing nothing. This system's literally running at less than 30 watts. A very beautiful moon. I hear you. I hear you. Yep, and there we go. The Z hotspot's still going down. As things get more and more compressed, it takes time. It takes a bit of heat for the compression to work in too. So we'll leave that open and we'll look at this afterwards. So as you can see, idle 29 degrees, hotspot 43.2 now. And we'll check it afterwards here. And we'll don't need all these tests. We only need the game. Those are just extras. So we'll run it. It's crazy how everyone's GPUs are idle up so much higher than mine for some reason. That doesn't make sense. Yeah, that's a lot of wattage. Question: What is the TDP of a 1080 Ti? I know a few things. I can't say I know more than most people. I just know some things. I know something about something. Okay, that looks amazing. That's for basic cards. No, not the card. This is the 1080 Ti. I couldn't get the card working. I don't have a multimeter, so I can't figure out what is really wrong with it to do stuff. One sec. I'm looking at this board. Holy moly. Literally only one fan still spinning. Barely spinning too. You have some settings on that that's doing that. I think it would be the equivalent of GT 610. Something's still telling it to work harder. It shouldn't be. Well, hold on. What's the wattage at? Yeah, for some reason it's using a lot of wattage for no reason. 68 watts. For no reason. And if you're like watching a 4K video, that could happen, to be honest. But you're not watching a 4K video. So I'm not sure. Uh 30-watt idle at 28 degrees Celsius. That looks good. Should be lower wattage though. Wattage is really high still. You should only be idling around 8 to 15 watts max on a GPU. Does not matter what GPU you're using. It should be only idling at that. Like literally 8 to 15 watts. 1080p video shouldn't be drawing that much power. That's what I don't get. Maybe 20 watts. It's Matrix, man. This game's, oh man, this is like, this benchmark is from 2021. Not 2021, 2001. Sorry, 2001. 24-year-old benchmark. Oh yeah, 2 monitors would do it. Yeah, 2 monitors will make it work harder, so that kind of makes more sense. It will make it work harder. So yeah, okay, that makes more sense there, Yanni. There we go. And we can just, we don't care about this now. Hit 40 degrees Celsius in the hotspot, hit 54.1, which is all right. I would like a bit better of a hotspot, but I would have to probably add some nylon washers to help tighten it down more. We only hit 72 watts during that test, so I'm going to do another test. And do another test to show the power and that. So, but good. Yeah, I'm gonna do a real benchmark. I'll show you a real benchmark. It's not as pretty looking. This is from yesterday. It just came out. Yeah, that benchmark came out from 2001. So we're gonna do a GPU Pi here. Oh, cannot be located. Oh no. Oh, I have to re-download it. No. 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 I have to re-download Benchmade. Something got met. Oh, it got deleted from when I did that Call of Duty. An 8-year-old GPU, yep. Oh, wait. I got Geek Bench 6. Should it work? Yes. No. No, I opened way too many. There we go. Later, I'll have to find out where my license is for it. GPU benchmark. Oh. I don't. I can't see it. We need to do this. Display setting. What we need to do is 1920. Yeah, but I need it. Blam. Keep changes. Exit. Blam. Ah, still. I can't say. Of course. I need to unzoom to 100%. Well, bam. Free space 2? What? What do you mean? Now I can't see it after we open it? No way. Why did they do this to me? Why would you do this to me? There are free space too. 32K, 1,000 frames on basic human perception, so 32 by 59 is perfect. Alright, run GPU benchmark. It's not as pretty as, you know, a 3D benchmark, but it will stress it. In all the right ways. Oh, Space Odyssey. Well, Space Odyssey. That sounds more appropriate. No, 2001. Come on, people. The Matrix? Does anyone not know Matrix? What do you think that benchmark was about? Did you not see Neo? Did you not see the one? Jeez. People. Oh, I bet you see more than that there, Boren. Matrix was made in Sydney? I did not know that, to be honest. That's awesome. Look at it do its thing. I know it's not that pretty. Matrix 2 was the best, I guess. Almost done. Almost done. Almost done. Oh yeah, what's the score? The chick looked like a man in the third one. Sexist. Oh, well, yeah, okay, that makes sense now. I get it, I gotcha. Oh God. I cannot zoom in. We had 274 watts. With no overclock. With no overclock, 274 watts. And we hit 51 degrees Celsius and a hot spot was 65. Not bad. Not bad. And the fans didn't even spin up. Just one fan still. One fan's just going. Yeah, I know how the one fan's like, are we doing something? All right. 347 RPM, yeah. $54 degrees Celsius still. Crazy. Crazy. But not bad, eh? Looks like it works pretty good, this MX4, and a nice, you know, nice and good to go. The other, like, my one fan's like, this one, 340 or 330, somewhere around there. No overclock, no TDT boosters, 275. It depends on the model, right? The TDP on them is 250 watts. Don't know if I can use the link though. Probably not. Depends on the model with like you're getting. Different manufacturers have a higher TDP on stock, and then with an overclock depends on how much they want to actually, just in case for warranty and that. Like this one, yeah. 240 watts roughly I'd get out of it. Oh yeah. No, I turned it off. Turned it off. I had a lot of people. That's good. Oh, my bad. Oh. No one's hiring. No one's hiring in that. No one is hiring in that. I'm looking, don't worry. I'm looking at my bad. That'll be something to do if they do it. Can't say you didn't try if you didn't vote. Oh, okay. Yeah, fine. If you don't vote, brutal. Brutal. Small maker raises price to 4 manufacturing US against their sales. Yeah. They just go to jail because they wanted to vote. Now they go to jail if they don't vote. Yep. But when things change, yeah, well, yeah, you should be paying the fines, right? It's pretty obvious, I think. All right. I think it's the easiest thing to do, right? Yep. Most times they don't have the voting for appropriate times for most workers. But it's if you're close enough, right? They don't realize that. Nice. There you go. You might get a fine. AMD bought ATI. Technically. ATI did become AMD, yes. Yeah, they did good. They did good. They've done good since the 7000. I think the 9000 series is pretty good, but yeah. Yeah, it does 8-bit video card. I know which one. I know you talk about those. No, ATI was not bought by NVIDIA. Nope. No. NVIDIA has been around for a very long time. They got big because their graphics cards were good right off the bat. I don't get how you run out of RAM there. They are using GPUs for the robots. They use it for implementing AI. They're using these GPUs for car manufacturers too are using them. What a terrible choice. Why would he want a 1600 versus a 3070? I don't get it. Again, they're implementing AI into the robots, and car manufacturers are buying the GPUs for the AI. Don't tell me I'm wrong and I'm right. All these car manufacturers like Chrysler, BMW with their high-end cars use AI. How do you think your car can drive itself? How do you think your car can stay in the lane? How do you think your car can stop itself? Not without AI, not without certain stuff that's put onto it and controlled by AI. The robots are using AI as well. As in, they're training the AI to use the machines. That's different robots. That's not a robot. That's a machine. That's a machine controlled by certain components that may go up and down, not machines that go. Yeah. It's not that they're using them per se, like GPUs per se in the actual robot. It's more like they're using GPUs, like making their own kind of small data centers, high, GPUs with all the AI, so that way they can link them all together and then do crazy amount of AI learning at a quicker rate. So that way, when they implement it into the robots have the information to begin with, and then they'll have their own AI own RAM that's stored onto the robot. So that way it can learn as it goes as well, because it's just faster to do that. Have it all set up to begin with off of one robot testing, and then have that data set, and then put that data set over to the robot itself. And then it can train, each robot can train itself. Yeah. Do you know my 3070 Ti on air can beat out a 6900 XT on liquid nitrogen? Crazy. Yeah, robots have been around for a long time. Robots with AI has not, though. Robots that can self-train themselves to properly function depending on how they're built, right? And you got 5-axis robots now that work in all these factories, and to implement the actual movements and to make sure it's not going to touch the ceiling or a certain spot, and it uses AI, use control sensors, infrared, a whole bunch of other stuff. Yeah, it'll be better performance for certain things, yeah. The 3070 outperforms the 6800 XT in some things, so. And ray tracing absolutely smashes it in ray tracing. It is. It's already taken over medicine. And also becoming like doctors use robots for specialty surgeries too. I'm not even talking about OC. I'm literally just gave you, again, 3070 can outbeat the 6000 XT. So CSGO 3070 smacks the 6000 XT. PUBG, it smacks PUBG. The 3070 has better lighting effects. For again, lighting effects has up to 11-12% better performance. Value, the 3070's value market share is 2,436% better than the 6000 XT. Peak textures, yeah, the peak textures are going to be better on the 6000 XT. Peak complex splatting, better on the 6000 XT. Texture detail, 6000 XT is better. Hugely faster complex splatting, better on the 6000 XT. Oh, I can't say that it's not a beast. Especially if you want to do light 4K, 1440p, it's good. But 6000 XT, 80 more watts for a 5 to 7% increase in performance in games is not worth it. 80 extra watts. And that's not even all games. So the price to performance ratio is the 3070 Ti. The better price is for the 3070. For the 6000 XT has 49.66 that they're doing it for the price to performance, and for the 3070 it's 56.42. So you get more performance with the 3070 price to performance wise. I'd pay 600. They're expensive still, and you gotta make sure you're getting the right ones. Like, you know, a decent model for 600 Canadian. So like what, 430 to 450 American? They're still really expensive. So yeah, the 6000 XT is a bit better performance, but not a crazy amount. 1440p is a bit better. 1440p, 1080p, it's barely any better for 1440, or it's barely any better for 1080p, like 1% better. 430, I think that goes to. If again, the American dollar, Canadian dollar is really rough. One sec. CAD to 433. I'm pretty good, man. I'm pretty good with this. Switching over to American, yeah, $430. Good luck finding the 3080 Ti here in Canada. Good luck finding a 3080 Ti here for under 700. It's so hard. It is so hard. Ask, and you want the GDDR6X. You gotta make sure it has GDDR6X. Does wattage matter if you're using an X3D chip? What do you mean? You're still gonna be pulling a lot of watts with that 3D chip, so I mean, some people want better wattage. Elaborate what? Oh, the wattage? Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what he's meaning by that. Yeah, make sure you go back over everything, make sure they're snug. No, don't go hammy on it, just make sure they're snug. Yeah, make sure those are tight. Make sure those, because that will put overall pressure down, and then the core one, the 4 screws for the core, will make sure it's sitting down, and then the 2 side ones that are pretty close to it, make sure it squishes it down nicely and appropriately. At 1,050 watts. I don't know. It's my first ever CPU and GPU was AMD. After that, same thing. GPU, AMD. After that, AMD. After that, nothing but NVIDIA. 105 watts. So you go actually see some of these tests with the 9000X3D and the 9950X3D, because you're not knowing the watts. You're only going off of the low watts. You're going off the low watts, buddy. I'm sorry. You're getting the wrong information. The wrong information. look at more in here. I'm gonna get all scientific on this mother. Remember, they have a spot for the screws that they'll just bottom out. The springs don't put technically any extra pressure on it. It's just to make it so that way they don't backtrack for vibration. Yeah, thank you, Hooves. Thank you. No, they draw more than that though. They draw more than 125 watts, buddy. They draw more than 125 watts. Ugh. Wow, on idle, they draw 35 watts on idle? The 9000X3 draws 35 watts on idle. On idle. Versus a 14900K, a 13900K at 12 watts. Wow. Holy. I'm streaming. I am literally streaming using like 12 watts. Maybe 18 right now. Let's see. I'm sorry. I'm using 35 watts while streaming. My apologies. That's some games. 80 watts some games. Yeah, that's somewhat some games. Yeah. At idle. 13900K and 14900K idle at 12 and less watts. something way more TDP on it and way more cores. That's insane. I didn't think it was that much on idle. I just read that right off the bat when I was searching it up. Like, holy moly, that's actually... X3D, 150 watts generally for multi-threaded workloads. 150 watts for the 900 X3D is general. That's what it's seen. The 14700K has the best wattage. I have 1400K is just under it. The 5700 X3D is not bad. But 14700K is the best, and 1400K is second for the handbrake power efficiency. Watts per frames per second. Celeron, 2 watts. Yeah, pretty much having down. Yeah, that's what it's saying. Probably will still try to draw more watts for some reason. My friend bought a 4080S in 1470 CAD in Canada 7 months back. He sold it for 1250 CAD and wants to get a 5080 OC for like 2000 CAD. Do you think he should go with this or with this plan or stick with 4080S? It's if he wants to upgrade. If he wants to upgrade to a 5080. That's up to him. He's going to be spending, you know, $550 roughly for it. So after selling his card. So it's not bad, but is it worth the upgrade? Not in my opinion. Not in my opinion. It would be better keeping the 4080S, to be honest. Wait for prices to go down. You're going to buy a game that I have for... I'm going to buy a game that I have for you. I'll use AMD software to record the numbers, then we'll see. What? Yeah, if you just wait, the prices of those cards will go down. That way you're not, you know, spending too much more money. Yeah, it generally sees 120 watts and a little bit more on some games, depending on the game, though, for the 9800 X3D. 120 watts, generally. But it can fluctuate depending on the game and factors. But some people are seeing up to 150. Let's check TPU here. Let's check out TPU. What's TPU saying? Holy moly, 160 watts for Blender. 160 watts for Blender. This is an 8-core CPU. 160 watts for Blender. No, that's for chess benchmark. Chess benchmark. Wow. 158 for After Effects. Y Cruncher. It doesn't use much watch for Y Cruncher. That's pretty insane, actually. Uses what? 110, 115 for Y Cruncher. That's pretty good. Unreal Engine uses 100 and almost 140. AI classify image, almost 160 again. Single threaded uses 23 watts and single threaded. That's pretty good. With a PBO on, it uses 26 watts per thread. Multi-threaded, it uses... I don't want PBO. I don't want PBO. I want something else. PBO max, so 154 watts, and max with a -20 on to it. With a certain RAM, 1-to-1 time and sale 28, 157 watts. Or multi-threaded. Average multi-thread. Application test, 47 test average. I want to know the test that they're doing. Stock 88 watts, and then PBO with DDR5 6200 1-to-1 CL28 96 watts. Want to know what test they're using for that. Gaming power consumption, you're seeing around 90 watts for average. Cyberpunk 2770 is about 90 watts. Spider-Man uses about 80 watts-ish. What GPU though? Power consumption, game 13 test average. 65 watts, pretty good for stock. PBO with the 6200, 1-to-1 CL28, 76 watts for the average. Again, they're probably, they're using Alan Wake 2, Alan Wake with ray trace, Baldur's Gate 3, Cyberpunk 2077 ray trace, Elden Ring ray trace, Hogwarts Legacy, Remnant 2, Spider-Man with ray trace, and then Starfield. So they're not testing a whole lot of games. Idle. What? Power consumption idle. Why is it saying 70 some watts? 78 watts on stock. And then with the DDR5 6200, 1-to-1 CL28, 81 watts with PBO max on. Yeah, prices will drop hopefully by the end of this year. It's not going to be anytime soon, bud. Yeah, exactly. Who's bad time to be buying GPUs right now. Unfortunately, it really sucks. AMD does DLSS, just different. FSR. You're saying turn the drivers around, but they're still getting their 1% lows still aren't that great. Their frames are high, but their 1% lows are still not great. Again, I'm just giving facts. I'm not trying to be one of them D-bags, but just giving facts. Never had a bad time to keep your eye on the used market. Yeah, exactly. You can get some really good deals. I hear they're boring. Yep. Truth, AMD are in the consoles, and if you have a 7000 GPU, you don't worry about console ports. Yeah, old AMD RDNA 2 is in consoles. Maybe it's RDNA 3, but for some newer ones, but it's all old AMD stuff, and it's all upscaled from either 720p or 1080p up. So it's not like it's good. It's just really good optimizations. Like industries will take advantage of the economy and start to build there, so your dollar becomes. That's we're hoping. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping. A PS5 Pro is RDNA 3.5. Nice. That's awesome. That's awesome. I didn't. That's awesome. I didn't even know PS5 Pro had RDNA 3.5. To be honest with you. I have no idea what you're talking about. XD chips are the best thing for 1% lows. What are you talking about? No, they're not. Do you even go through? Do you even watch some of my live streams? Seems like you don't watch some of my live streams going through the actual facts. They're not the best for lows. They're good for high frames and generally higher average frame rate, not for the 1% lows. It's great. I love the 3D chips. Again, working with that 9950X 3D and overclocking the RAM on it, absolute monster of a CPU. You have a 5700 XT? What do you, wait, 5800 XT? What CPU do you have? What one? An older AMD X3D? What do you have now? Let me tell me what you have now. What do you have now? 9900 X3D. You have the worst. You have the worst 9000 series CPU for 3Ds. Why did you buy the worst one that costs basically the most? You literally bought the worst one. The 9000 X3D smacks it. The 9950 X3 also beats it. For some reason, I don't know why they put out the 9900 X3D. It's worse than both. Worse than both for $700. And it's a lot of, again, yeah. You use PC for more than games, yep. Much more, yep. That's why keeping the AMD to the 1-to-1 timing helps it perform better, but they gotta fix something with that. Do you think I care about the cash? I care about the numbers. I care about how much they cost and the performance you're getting. You could have bought the 9000X 3D and got better performance for less. Jeez. People. Listen. Listen, Linda. No, listen, Linda. No, listen, Linda. Listen, Linda. Jeez. The 9800X 3D smacks the 9950X 3D in games, and the 9950X 3D beats the 9900X 3D in games. Why did you buy this CPU for? Because it's an X3D. It's for games, which means you bought the worst one for the worst price. And you're not even running, exactly. You're not even running in all the cores in the games, because not all the games will utilize 12 cores. You're just, you spent the most amount of money on nothing. Nothing. You could have got the 9800X 3D for way less and got better performance. Holy crap. 6 to 8 cores sometimes, but most like esports games are like maybe 4 cores. Oh my god. Do you want me to bring up the, see, hold on. Hang on. Yeah, people. The narrative. Stop saying narrative. It's called facts. It's called actuality. Not that it's being talked about by a narrator of a story. It's not a story. You're not in a story. You're in the real world, buddy. The real world. I just want some frames. This game's apparently impossible to find frames for. Actually impossible to find for it. I think you should, Squeeze. It's a perfect suit for you. It'd be a perfect home for it. Loving father. Loving husband. It did suck, you're right. And cost too much money. Same thing, 9900 X3D. Sucks. Yeah, it is. He also says he uses FSR in it, so he's got a frame gen of some sort. They don't even tell you the frames for this game. Does no one actually have absolute, like, actual frames for this game? No one has it. No one plays this game with a 9900X 3D. No one plays this game with a 9900X 3D. Why? Everyone's saying it sucks because it's only going to be 6 cores in the games. Everyone. Why would you even buy that? There's no one has any information on the city skylines with the 9900X 3D. No one. Just a bunch of stupid Redditors. $30 terabytes. What are you telling? I'm not saying it's slow. Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? Go somewhere and make sure you're okay. Go ask someone if you're okay. Okay, Skeets? Please. I did not say the 9900X 3D with your 7900 XT is slow. Did not say that at all. I'm saying you bought the worst X3D that just came out. The worst one. $30 terabytes. I don't know what you're talking about. 30 terabytes. What's 30 terabytes? 30 terabytes of what? Doesn't make sense. We should look at AMD versus NVIDIA for the new Oblivion remastered. I'll take a look at that. Why 1,000 watt, 750, 550 watt PSU when you could plug the motherboard straight into 240 volt? Then what? NVIDIA would love that joke. Yeah, they would. By the way, the monitor is 4K 144 hertz. I mean, good. What does 30 terabytes of NAND have to do with gaming? What does it have to do with it? What does it have to do with your frames? Yeah, and yet you're bringing up your storage for your frames. I'm like, how are you? Shut up. Shut up. I'm gonna mute you. I'm muting you. I'm muting you. I can't. Stop talking. You're talking absolute nonsense. Please. Time out. 1 minute. Confirm. Holy moly. Absolute nonsense. Absolute nonsense. So I'm getting 120 frames per second at 1080p, which is fine for me. Yeah, I would hope so. That's actually pretty good frames, though. It's all about the story. Apparently, he's not, though. What he's bringing up does not even make sense. I get 400 frames per second because I have 30 terabytes of storage. I don't know where that came from. Jeez. We don't care about your storage for games. It doesn't give you frames. It's just a boot time. Just boot time. Jeez, man. Do not care about your storage when we're talking about frames per second in games and how you bought a 99X3D that costs way too much and performs less than the 9800X3D and also the 9950X3D. Does this make sense now? I hope so, because that's what we're talking about. And you're bringing up your NAND, have 30 terabytes of storage, and you're getting 400 frames per second. Do not care. You bought the worst X3D that just came out for too much money and performs worse than the 9800 X3D and worse than the 9950 X3D. That was what we're talking about. Oh. You paid too much for your 9900 X3D. You could have got a 9800 X3D and got more performance. So for gaming on Linux, it's not too bad at all. I guess it depends, right? It would depend. I guess it wouldn't be terrible, but I mean, what games are you running on it? What games are optimized to run off of Linux?
we got the 5070 Ti.
Exactly. Exactly. Exactly, Bart. In theory, you may give the actually in theory. It would probably perform pretty close, right? You just change TVP, but then you can also change the TVP in with the X version. Skeets, I'm gonna ban you from this channel. It's gonna be real quick. Like real quick. You play Dota 2 and Rocket League? I mean, Dota 2 is a fun game. Never played Rocket League. I mean, both are working well. Like, what is actually comparable? Is it comparable to Windows or? I'm playing Tetris in 4K, 60 frames per second. Like, holy moly. Just brutal. When did I say that those CPUs were bad? When did I say those CPUs were bad? Do you know how this all started there, Skeets? Do you remember what you said? And then what I said after that and how that started? Did I say anything about them being bad CPUs? Did I say that they were bad CPUs? Please let me know. I would like to know if I said these CPUs that I would like to have and I've used and overclocked on, not mine, that they were absolute beasts, but apparently I'm calling them bad CPUs now. Did I? Did I say they were bad? No, I said the one you bought for too much money does not perform the way you think it does. You could have spent less money. It is. Exactly. Spend so much money. When did I say the 700X3 sucked? You said it sucked. No one wanted to review it, remember? I said it wasn't that good. Wasn't that good? Just like the 9900X3D. My God, some people just goes in one ear, out the other, and then whatever they have up in their minds just comes out for some reason. We were also talking about the 1% lows at that point as well. Like, do you just stop? Just stop, buddy. Stop. Get some help. Get some help. Just stop. Get some help. Yeah, if you're going to use the RAM, that's fine. And 64 gigs is a little bit more future-proof too. It sucks with the higher density. You can't clock it as high, but I mean, it's fine. Oh. Sim 24 in the system specs. Hey, perfect. If it's a recommended, then it's good to go after, right? Especially since it's recommended, which means they've optimized the game to use that CPU, which means right off the bat, it should be a good CPU for it. What's up, Brom? I need to upgrade my RAM. I'm still using 8 gig. Holy moly, you should definitely get some.
I don't even know what you're talking about there, Squeeze. What does that even mean? Slang? I don't even know what that means, buddy. You can't get the facts. I'm telling you, the 90, as soon as it came out and still is, the 9900 X3D does not perform the same as the 9800 X3D or the 9950 X3D. I did not say to go and get the 9950 X3D for 200 more, but you could have got the 9900 X3D and been better off with it, since you like to game and that you like to play Sky City 2 once in a while, but you don't mainly play that game. So what was your, so City Skyline was just your, oh, I'm going to buy this CPU because I play this game once in a while, but I play all these other games all the other times. So I'm just going to waste my money on that. I mean, if you have the money to waste, I mean, I kind of need the money, buddy. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha, Squeeze, gotcha. Still working out? Nice. You don't think it does either? I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen proof. And it's his money, but I'm just letting him know. I'm letting him know the facts, the cold hard facts. And what he's coming back with is absolute nonsense, and it's mind-boggling. I hear you, Hooves. I hear you. I shouldn't be so strung-ho and on stuff like this. But guess what? I'm just that kind of person. I'll tell you the facts, whether you like it or not. You come back with something absolutely ridiculous, and tell me that I said that these CPUs are bad. How am I saying that these CPUs are bad? I'm just giving you the facts. If you can't handle the facts, this channel ain't for you. And try to inform me about things. Someone that does this stuff more than most people. I spent the same amount of money on a 15-year-old CPU cooler as the motherboard in my PC. You're an idiot. I'm just joking, of course. Just joking. I mean, a 15-year-old motherboard is probably really cheap. I mean, cooler. I mean, how old is the motherboard? That's fine. He could be gone. He's getting close to being muted for the whole day. Hey, I rephrase what I said. You're an idiot. Again, joking. Aussie Gold CPU colors. Let's go. Brutal, man. Just brutal. Oh, my back is so sore. How I threw up. Oh, it hurts so much. It's pinching. It's pinching. It hurts to breathe. Hurts to laugh. Maybe 4 months ago. The BIOS date was updated probably like fairly recent then. Blows the PWM fan? What do you mean? What are you talking about, buddy? What you talking about? It blows the PWM fan. How can your BIOS blow the PWM fan control hub? Are you plugging it into the right plug? The right header? Okay, cleaning up the chat there, Squeeze. Updated what it says when it was made. It's just boards say when they were made. And all generally motherboards do. Bling it up, he says. Who says bling it up?
Bring it up now. Bring it up now, bring it down. It's so short. And it's so short. I don't know what you mean there, Gary. It sounds like you plugged something in the wrong spot. An ARD? Are you sure you plugged it into the right one? It just sounds like you plugged it into the wrong spot there, Gary. That's all. I can't see it, so it's hard for me to view. If you had pictures for Discord, like we had a Discord channel, so that way I can help out a bit more, but I can't. It's always been plugged into it, but with updating the BIOS, made sure that way it was appropriate. I think maybe when I get some money, I'll buy PCs and give them half the money after 24-hour test to get the other half, worst case, they get free diagnosis. I think maybe when I get some money, I'll buy PC and give them half the money. But, oh, Skeet is back. Seeing an all copper passive cooled case. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. They're so expensive. They're so expensive. Passive cool computer? Perfect. Perfect. You know, a lot of places want passive cooled, like mechanic shops and stuff like that as well, because it's better for them because things get gunked up and a whole bunch of other stuff. You need like certain motherboards and stuff like that too for them too. For mechanic shops, they like that as well. And passive cooled's great because, you know, you don't have to worry about any kind of maintenance really. Just blow some air on it to clean it. That's it. That's it. It's the only maintenance you got to do. I guess you could say some. You got the new LCD working? Is it like working proper? With better filtration system? What do you mean? You need like better filters and stuff like that in them, or what do you mean there? Whoa. Focus. Ah. Oop, a little farther. What do you mean there? Where no error can get in it without it. Oh, yeah. I mean, you can get them, but they're custom made, right? They're specially custom made. Once you're going to get off the assembly line, man, they got to have some sort of tolerance, right? Because you're shipping them all around the world. Metals expand, contract, depending on how cold and warm it is. So, but I do believe you can get custom made ones that are custom made. Literally, yeah, filter everything proper. Yeah, you have to have some sort of tolerance. Yeah, I know. And again, it's tolerances and stuff like that. Again, what if it's part tolerance, man? What if it's part tolerances? My back is so sorry, I have no idea. Maybe in the Project Zero boards. Yep. I can't. Doesn't work. Eventually they'll pop in.
Then should have popped back in. I have a really bad back. Extra vertebrae that's not fully formed, so it just throws out my back once in a while. At least this is not even a bad spot. The bad spot's in the lower back, and I wouldn't even got out of bed. At least it's just up by underneath the arm, just underneath it. It sucks to breathe, but it's not like it's killing me here. It just hurts to breathe. Pinches. It's quite sore. I am in pain. Oh, maybe a massage would help. Swear a girlfriend would come in handy. I need to find one of them. Oh. Oh. Oh, gotcha. Losing some performance. Yeah, I mean, people keep coming up with these cool ideas and that, but whether or not it's appropriate for most people, whether or not it's could take off and or get better, right? It's like, look, you gotta look at like the phones. Like, if everyone can have a phone, if everyone has a phone, they can keep upgrading it because they have more money for investing. Oh, those boards, gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they're all right if you care about aesthetics. That's about it. That costs money. Oh, so much pain. I just don't have the money right now. All my money got to be saved up and then maybe find a place. Not for overclocking, they're only 14 plus 1. Oh, so they're not even, can't even throw in a good CPU. Just put on stock settings, basically. Do they make them, what are they making then? AMD and Intel? I went over them, but I didn't really go over them a whole lot because I didn't think they were great. They're only for aesthetics. Absolute. How do they benefit on cooling? Try to fix up a GPU, rethermal paste the GPU, and couldn't get the one GPU working, unfortunately. How about you? Oh, Dave. Oh, Dave. Oh, he's sad. Wasn't a lot of, yeah, exactly. Cases. You gotta get case for it. Project Zero, having zero cable management in the front, it's all in the back, so you can hide all the cables. But then you gotta get, a case that works for it. I mean, is it really going to restrict your airflow for having the cable? You're going to get turbulence no matter what, due to the fact that you have the GPU, depending if you have vertical or horizontal. It is open. It's warm today. I'm fine. I'm not sweating. Nice. It's always good to get stuff done, bud. I hear you. Yeah, I mean, due to the fact there's going to be turbulence in the PC case, doesn't matter of the airflow style that you have. A little bit of, yeah, it's warm outside today. It's nice. It's actually really nice. It's not going to do much for the cooling, unfortunately. Come chill like that. What a guy. Yeah. Again, if you've done this kind of stuff for work like I have, you know how air works. It is. It's only for aesthetics. Again, it doesn't work like that, Skeets. I'm sorry. It does not work like that. Do I have to do paper and pencil diagram of how airflow works for simple terms? I will. I don't mind. Okay, so we got the paper here, guys. We're going back to like when I first started YouTube. So the airflow, so we'll say this is the PC case, right? Yeah, fans here. We got some fans here. We'll even put them on the outside. We put 4 of them. And airflow goes in, right? And then you got your GPU here. It's fans, spin, but the air hits the side of the case, goes down all over, and then it goes up. And then if you have air, so it goes out. So if the air goes out the top, this right here goes like this, sort of. And whatever it's hitting on the side, like the motherboard, makes it go like this. And because all this air hits that, it goes like this. And then it goes out. If that makes sense. Air just does that. Unless you can control the air with actual like intakes that go over top of each component that you want, air will just go all over. I mean, just all over. Just due to the fact that's how air works. What cables are in front of your RAM? Barry, it's the hardest thing to control. Yep. You need a sealed barrier. Again, I've done ductwork, commercial ductwork. We went from overclocking to 3rd grade science real fast. Yep. Again, it's how airflow works. You cannot stop it from doing that. It's going to go all over the place, whether you have cables there or not, due to the fact you have a GPU that puts hot air up into it anyways. And then wherever your intake is, it's going to be all messed up anyways, going up or out. Does not matter. It's all going to be jumbled before it goes out. It's just jumbled. Air is terrible. Terrible. Just terrible. You used to make AC ducts? Nice. I make AC ducts. I used to bang them together as a tin banger. Loudest people on the job site. 100 years of combined knowledge, yeah. Just trying to give you some knowledge. Hopefully you can understand. That's as basic as I can go. air still does the same. Whether you're doing that or not, it'll still bounce around in the case. It's not going to go directly over your RAM. The RAM stick that's closest to the CPU is always going to be the hottest, whether you're air coolant, water coolant, or even put it on liquid nitrogen. Not RAM still actually liquid nitrogen. The closest one to that would be the coolest, and one farthest away from that would be the warmest because of how cold it gets. But on air and water, literally will be the RAM stick closest to the CPU is going to be the hottest no matter what. No matter what kind of air cooling you have. If you even have one of these bad boys, if you have a RAM cooler that sits on top of it, it will do the same thing. The RAM to the CPU is going to be the hottest. And again, all the hot air in that does not matter. Again, there's going to be airflow bounce around the case. Will go into this as well, but generally it will help keep down the RAM cooler than just having direct airflow from PC case over it. So like the front of the PC case to it, because you're going to hit the side of the one RAM stick and the other one's not going to get cool because the air is going to hit it and like literally hit it and bounce around. Hit it and bounce around. Hit it. So if this is RAM stick, it's going to hit it and go around it, which means it's going to do a whoop, and the RAM stick that's close to the CPU is not going to get cooled anyways. Yeah, that's from a donator. Again, thank you, donators. It's nice to have, especially when I'm doing my DDR3 overclocking. Again, I don't have heat sinks, only on one. I would like to get a bunch of heat sinks off of Amazon, but they're literally $10 a piece, and I need a whole bunch of them. Well, actually, they're more, like $15 a piece. I need a whole bunch of them. I would like to get some though. Those coolers have liquid in them. It's pumped by the heat rather than mechanical pump. It's the only difference. What are you talking about there, boring? Oh, you talk about passive water coolers. Yeah. And actually, they just came up with new technology for the passive cooling that is 10,000 times better than the traditional ones, which is pretty cool. I thought that was pretty cool. 10,000 times better. I would like to see this in actual works because it's just it was just more like a speech on it. But 10,000 times better than traditional passive cool. That is amazing. Amazing in my opinion. I know, right? Well, you gotta think it was probably not great due to the fact that in order for it to be passively cooled, the temperature of whatever is hitting it, so like let's say the CPU die or GPU die, has to get to a certain temperature so that way it can create bubbles and create actual movement, unless you have some sort of movement already in the actual passive cooled, which to have passive cooled, there'll be no fans or any kind of moving parts. It would be passive. So it has to hit a certain temperature of whatever they're using to actually boom. Yeah. To actually move it. So that way it would literally have to boil whatever they're using to cool, it has to boil it. So, whatever's a nice low boiling point on whatever they're using would be better for it. But apparently they got a new way to do the passive cooled. So I would like to see how this goes out. There's a whole bunch of new things that came out, and again, you gotta just watch my live streams. Just like the acetone filled heat pipes. Awesome. 10,000 times better. Not 1,000, 10,000 times better, they said. So that's pretty wild. I thought it was pretty cool. I mean, just reading about it's pretty cool. That's going to create a lot of turbulence. 10,000 times, not percent, times better. 10,000 times, not percent. That's what they said. Yep, increases the effectiveness. Yep. So that way, whenever the oil, again, some companies apparently use distilled water though. Whenever it gets heated up to a certain point, it travels up the pipe to the fins, and then those fins can passively cool it. Again, I'll do a test. I'll do a test, see if we can do passive cooled on the big boy. Exactly. Doesn't make sense. Yep. Yeah, because I'll have to figure out how to do it. I'll have to figure. No, I got thermal probes I can stick into it. Oh, my back. My back. Back. Oh, where did I put it? Where did I put it, guys? Put it here. What's in my boxes? I think I put it away in my box. I put it away in my box. Oh. Which one did I put it in? Hey. Oh, hot damn. This is my jam. I am to the ham. I don't know if that's the lyric, but that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's, you would find it. I got new thermal probes too, but this one's still very accurate. Thermal probe that I can stick inside the heat sink into the actual heater. Old school Molex style, but it works so good. Isn't there a passive CPU cooler that is on the market? Yep. But they got a passive GPU cooler too, to be honest. And what I can do, I can grab my other thermal probe too, but I can stick this up in here. I can find a good spot for it. I can stick that up in there and see how hot this gets. And watch the CPU temperature and see how hot it gets, right? And I'll be able to monitor it. Be able to monitor it. You can see, we can see. Then we can do tests on fans. We can do tests on fans to see what fan actually works the best. That is, then just use one fan on this bad boy and see what fan actually works the best. Put it up to that nice hot temperature and then turn on the fan afterwards. You know, have like a controlled environment. Like I said, we'll have a Dave. We'll have a sad Dave. We'll do it that way. I guess we could do that. Yeah. Yeah, that's the Thermalright Peerless Assassin SE 120 SE. And like I said, I got the Assassin 120 SE on the test bench right now. The one that does really good. Like really good, really happy with it. Yeah, Thermalright Peerless Assassin. Boom. That one right there. I haven't modified them yet. I haven't like lapped anything on them yet, so I want to lap that one down, lap it down and see how much better it is. I into the squeeze. Yep. We'll do that. We'll use, like I said, thermal probes. I got new ones too. If you think I should use a new one, but this one I've already tested. It does work just fine. We'll definitely do that. I'll see if we can pass if that one's good enough for passive cooled. At least to a degree, right? It would have to be to a degree. Not like an actual degree, like temperature wise, but as in we'll be limited, right? We'll be limited by what CPU we can pair it with. Should I use the X5650? Yeah, to a certain extent. 5650, 6-core, 12-thread, 105-watt TDP. So it's not crazy. I don't think a good match would be the 3770K. Yeah, so 10,000% is Fast and 120 SC is cool and mining rig for me. Those are best price performance coolers. I 100% agree. For how well it's working, it's doing really good. Why do you want me to take my hat off? Want to see my big forehead? Oh, my hair is messy after the shower. That's a little dusty. Want to see my big forehead? I guess I should show the scars on my forehead. I guess I'd have to manual focus that. Focus, you. I just started wearing hats not long ago, to be honest. Like a couple of years ago. It's a new thing for me. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if this would work or not. Oh my God. I don't, Born, reread that message and think about deleting it. That's if you remove 2 zeros, that's still 1,000. No, 10,000. Oh, God. I had a hat collection, stopped wearing them. See, I don't care about wearing hats. Tonight it's usually cooler. It's just I wear it now because that way I don't have to really worry about my hair too much. Never mind. You remove 2 zeros to 1,000. Remove 1 zero to 1,000. What are you talking about? Brutal, man. Remove 2. That's 1,000 off of 10,000. I don't know about that. Yeah, it's gonna be good at math. It is really good to be good at math. Yes, you should pluralize math. It's not one math. I know all the math. I told earlier, Rusty. Sorry. Some people forget a lot of things. Oh yeah, we can do the test though. We can do a test, see how hot it gets with the passive cooler. Well, not passive cooler. It's not a passive cooler, but see if it can be used as a passive cooler or something with like 105-watt TDP. Oh yeah, it's trips for money. Ooh. Start my OnlyFans now. Shouldn't be that loud as long as you set up the fans appropriately. It should still be very quiet. Any exhaust fans, you can turn them down, technically. The exhaust fans are the ones that usually are loud. Yeah. Yeah, there's a PC hardware website. I could start a piece of OnlyFans just for PC fans. I got so many of them. Just have to go around, collect all my fans. I got blower style fans. I got a whole bunch of fans. Look at all my fans. You're amazing. As you said, those sharp blade fans are loud. Yep. Yep, they are very. Yeah. 3 blower fans, like intake or outtake. Intake. Because intakes generally aren't as loud, depending if they are being restricted. Oh, my back. I'm back. Blower fan. This is a blower fan. Looks like a turbo. A little dusty. Blower fan. Want me to show you how loud it is? I'll show you how loud it is. It's loud. One sec. I'll set it up. We need to do this, and then this.
You ready? It's loud.
Yep, sure. These are crazy fans. I'll set up the Molex for it. Even better. Yep, you gotta, aerodynamics for takeoff, though, is a little different than fans. But same principle. Same principle. Yeah, easy for them to lose their effectiveness. Very, very true. Plus dust buildup puts weight on them, depending on the style of bearings. Oops. Depending on the style of bearings and stuff like that's in them, then poof. Wears them out really fast too. Puts vibration into them. Yeah, oh, I guess you didn't hear it. Let's I can grab a Molex connector. Very well bucket position. Sure. Yeah. No, did you hear it? Okay. Oh yeah, they're amazing. Yeah, blower fans are amazing, and they blow a lot of air, very quiet, and they are reliable. Very, very reliable. How this one actually moves. Not when it moves. There's a lot of air though. Just a little guy, but it. She goes. She goes. Oh, my back. Yeah, no RGB. No extra frames from it. What? This. Do what? So, yeah. This. Found it. There we go. And put that in further. Nice reach. Alright, so this is on quiet. This is low. I have a potentiometer to it. Let me ramp it up. Yeah, it's not letting me ramp it up for some reason. Let's switch over. Let me fix this potentiometer. That sucks. One side works, but it's not working appropriately either. Yeah. And plus you can make them really small, right? You can make them really small. Make them really flat. That's what you want. Oh yeah, I figure we're the big boy fan. Well, it's not even big. It's just absolute monster. We got these little guys. Oh, it's being limited by my motherboard. Yeah, it's being limited by my motherboard. Two amp. Two amp. I don't use that one. I don't use that one at all. As a pit engine never was stood anyway. So true, eh? Yeah, I should build up my DAS though. Should build up my DAS. So, it's the custom vac plate I made for it out of an old, what do I call it? What are they called? I think receiver? TV receiver? Satellite receiver, we want to call it receiver. Coiled up the side of it. nice and strong. I mean, it's can't really bend it, so made that part, and then I made a nice perforated metal one, so that way it had some sort of flex. And then power supply, added on 4 SATA connectors to it. The case only fits 6 drives though. But these bad boys, there's foam in between each of them. Also can hook up a fan to it, so that way it blows air through some of the drives, like half the drive, so it keeps it cool. This one has wings. I showed before. It's got wings. Hold 6 drives. It's all powered by itself, and then I made myself a little female end SATA connectors for it. Soldered, cut wire, stripped them, soldered some solder onto it, flattened them down to fit inside this, the actual housing for it. Made my own, like literally made my own. Because I couldn't find them, and then I found them, but they're not cheap. They're not cheap. Yeah, and they all fit in this. A little beat up and all, but a little dusty too, but it looks like, yeah, a little dusty too. Lenovo case. Here's that flexible tray I was talking about. All those drives get put to this with just some screws on the back side of it. And this is like, you know, perforated metal. It's got more vibration dampening because hard drives don't like a lot of banging around. It all goes inside this Lenovo case. I made it so that way you can just screw this or put this inside. Go in there. Let's screw it in on top. This is all one piece anyways. Before you do all that, it's all one piece. It's all one piece, and then you can unscrew it, pull out all the drives at once, or you can just pull out some drives at a time, which is really nice. Should put that all together. Should make another video on that. It's not done, as in I would like to make it all custom, make it all out of aluminum, but just haven't come up with the funds for it. But yeah, it all fits in there nicely. Should put it together. Power supply goes in there. There. All right, sounds good. And it all goes in there like so. And all the drives will go in there as well. And all the cable management has space for cable management there. It took a little bit to design it in this small case. Not the power supply that was for this case. The power supply for this case was smaller, but this one had the appropriate amount of wires for it that I wanted. Plus, it had appropriate 24 pin that I could actually cap off. With a appropriate grounder for it. That's what I use that for, and I like this power supply because The SATA connectors, it came with 2 separate wires for the SATA connectors that I put on. Or from old power supplies, not like old power supplies, but power supplies that I bought more extra wires for, but no use for them. Because the kits I bought came with all the wires. I only need a few of them. So I just use them. I should put that all back together and get her all chooching. Sorry, that's upside down. Get her all chooching again, because I actually like this a lot. Or my dad's. Yeah, it's all powered by itself. Yeah, I got the top for it as well. Yeah, there. And loading there. And it just looks like a little black case beside your PC. Freaking weighs like 25 pounds after it's done. It actually weighs quite a bit. So having that on your PC case, especially if you have a custom water cool one, does that ever help? Don't have to carry a super heavy custom water PC case and all those extra drives all in one. So it does save a bit on your back. It does. All right, there we go. So this will be for the testing that we do. Put away the solder and iron and that. We got all these RAM stickers. So, 4 CFM blowers. Search up what that one is. It's quite a bit. It's quite a bit. Oh, my back. Oh. My back. Any ideas what I should do right now? I'm not sure. $195. That's a good blower. I guess I've been on the Medusa's over here, but I would buy it. Why? How much is it? If it's rare, it's probably costs quite a bit, doesn't it? More heat pipes. More than 6? Nice. Oh, that's nothing, buddy. That's a little 4-inch. I got an 8-inch inline duct fan for my not for ventilation, my extraction fan. That's just a little baby compared to mine. Ah, gotcha. No, I never heard of those. Crazy. Or if they're any good though. Well, they never released aim for mount 4. That sucks. That sucks. Like, there's a lot of manufacturers nowadays that literally, like, if you bought their older product and a new CPU just came out with a different kind of bracket style, you can literally call them in or send an email and they'll send you a bracket for free. Those are good companies.
Oh, yeah? What they say? What they say? Was it good? Was what they said good? Was it good or bad? Oh. Why are you still using it? Yeah, I've heard of the Neptune. Might have been alright. Laundry. My bad. And think what to make for dinner. Should I make rice or pasta? Not sure. Rice or pasta? Rice or pasta? Let's see, I should be able to do it here. I should do here. I think this thing I gotta use. Hey, pasta. Yeah. I think it's something like a spaghetti. Make a spaghetti. It's pasta. It sounds pretty good. How is it now? It's almost that time. It is almost that time. We have a pot of water ready.
Oh, Mark. Children. Make strange hands. Oh, back. Bye. These coolers. Just put away all the old coolers. Products I'm not going to use any CPUs. Just put away 2. Just probably won't be using them for a bit. Sad. What, guys? But I know I can do something.
can use ketchup as paste. I'll try it at some point. You never know. Can use ketchup as paste. What is these? What is with my viewers? You guys okay in the head? You didn't know I'm not Linus Tech Tips, right? Yeah. That's some pesto basil, some cheese, some Parmesan cheese. Parmesan cheese is mixed up with the sauce. And since I don't have a grater, I just chopped up some cheese and put it in it. Looks pretty good. I'm back. Oh, some Frank's red hot sauce. I do like Frank's. Not bad. Not bad at all. Stop. Good idea with the pasta. Good idea. Pretty good idea. Well, some hamburger would have been nice with that, but it's okay. That is just fine. Just fine. Anything new going on YouTube here? Anything I should watch? So that's a chat. Jeez, it is bad. No thanks. Right. Mileage pressure, outdated comparison, left irritation. I'm just getting greater. I can't skip these ads. Yeah, them Grizzly. Yeah, Mr. DeBauer. It's not as good as tomato sauce. Well, I guess we'll have to solve the theory. Oh. Oh, that's okay. I got what it's here. Yes, around here. Yep. Passed up. I'm not sure. Oh, my back. I'm not sure what would be the best for the case itself. Apparently, like I said, apparently Apparently toothpaste is a good one for household, but there's a bunch you could probably use. Just mix up with like some sort of trial and error on certain things. Whatever has aluminum oxide in it would work decent, right? Oh. Oh. That's whiteness. Okay, that's it. Fix it. Have another document. Update. As it's same as that. Oh. Yep. Yeah, that's true. They had probably more I don't know. Well, like I know they had a whole bunch of different weird chemicals or materials in them. Metals in them. Anything with a high aluminum oxide would technically be good. Right. And door and entire on right on base on and oh creative shoulder and its handles. The glitter? What was the glitter made of, do you know? Badness. Right. Depends on how much in it, right? It has to have quite a bit of parts in it. Have quite a bit. I would have to have quite a bit of parts in it, like. If not, the surface area is just going to make it worse. What? Relevant factor reviews. Where the face is that counts shy ATI. White. Mm-hmm. A lot of stuff in it. That's up to salvage. It's fun to make me feel.
Now, first, overclocking resistance hits. Right. I put the. Oh. Okay.
I don't really care to gain, to be honest. I only use the games for benchmarking.
Okay.
True.
Going to sell correct. I sure I have.
I still probably don't care about those games, to be honest. Some people are like, oh no, they're fun, but I played a lot of different kind of games and thought a lot of them were boring. It's not a competitive type game against other people. I don't really care.
Right. Out.
It's coming from me, yeah. Watching another Devour video.
Hard and threatened by light. But head, then ups. Up there's a fine layer of maintenance. Hell. That was all every answer. Direct. Direct points. Part of Lawrence best interest.
Yeah, because I have my head. It's only plugged into my headset. That's like almost 2 feet away from the mic. My bad.
Yes. Both are yes. I have the base. But that have. Example that makes us vivid like up average. Hey. Right. That's first. There. That's right. Well, it's my parent building up. It is right. I think that one But that is bonus. While the goal and was testing this with color market 7.4 bucks. That is not right. I am wherever we are about 6.9 Celsius difference. Or none major. Check.
No. Again, I'm watching the Bauer video. Seeing what he's talking about for his thermal grizzly, for his thermal paste setup for testing different thermal pastes and putties and stuff.
What? Expecting one and values. Values. That's tired. That's helping. I get this stuff a lot. That's what I'd say. Sorry, all this. Every price and values has always everyone who has it. And that would.
There's a cross, buddy. Hopefully the pump is good. Glad you got the right one now. Should kick on. I believe. I believe I can fly. He had to get a new pump for his wash machine. The last one he ordered was the wrong one, and he had to wait even longer. Unfortunate. So hopefully this one works. Hopefully it works. It's been a long time for no wash machine, to be honest. Hopefully it works for him. You know how long it takes to get to the drain cycle. Should drain it, what, 3 or 4 times throughout the load. So
Also, highlight it's off track. That rate of yes. As oh, as they say. Off track. And over. Like else thought. That's it.
be ridiculously high. Yeah. Yeah, again, all the water. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah. Sucks that happened. I've seen it happen, but it does suck that it happens. I mean, things break, right? Things wear out.
I'm glad I got it fixed. Just hopefully it works the way it's supposed to work. Oh, well, that was good. Although I wish it fixed my back. It didn't fix my back. Wow. Yeah, it'll be there for now. Oh, you repaired it with epoxy? Brutal. 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 Well, my fingers are crossed that it wasn't. Sorry. You got a warranty for it? And you know, you applied epoxy? It's not much of a warranty. Nice. So here's your replacement. Should have replaced it before. Not back. I put it back. Or would it be the motherboard? Or like an Apex Z690 or a Z790, more or less. Don't matter. It has to be an Apex board. But the motherboard, I wouldn't care. I don't care about upgrading the GPU. CPU is fine. Just a motherboard. Just the motherboard. Nah, I still take the motherboard. 59 is too much power. I would have to think about electricity costs at that point. Trust me, I thought about it. Motherboard. I can still use all my RAM kits in it. Get better frequencies out of them. My CPU still fit in that socket. I mean, a bunch of my CPUs still fit in that socket. And 5090 would, yeah, electricity cost would be too much for 5090. And I wouldn't be using the 5090 as I should be. So yeah, motherboard. A Z690 or Z790 Apex board. I don't care about the crazy overpriced board. The Apex board is overpriced, but yeah, it's very true. The Apex board is a nice board, though. I would like to get better RAM frequencies. A 12600K, like I said, is a monster RAM overclocker. Bet I could probably get 9,000 or more on it. Yep, which is a really good motherboard. The Astral. The Astral is the one you're thinking of. Yep. Yep. And yeah, think of how much it costs to design those kind of cases, though, right? How much time and effort to design those smaller cases. Yeah, the boards have come down in price because not a whole lot of people want them. Again, it's demand. The demand for them is what makes the price go up. So if no one wants them, or if they're not selling very well, the price is going to go down. Which a lot of people want those PC cases, just like the Corsair 4000D's gone down. It's rain. Let's go. Let's go. Yep. Because the demand for them was high at some point, so they had to manufacture more of them to keep up with demand, which raised up the price. And then demand goes down eventually because there's always a new thing, right? Technology and PC hardware and components, just there's always going to be a new, better thing that you can get for the same price that you bought last year or 2 years ago. That was way better, so of course they went down. They're expensive for what you get, more or less because you can't overclock the CPU very well on them. Some ITX boards you can overclock the RAM very well on, though, because they're 2 DIMM boards. And you can get 8,000 megatransfers per second on DDR5 with a ITX board. But again, you can't do anything with the CPU, unfortunately. Yep. Yep. I like the big YouTubers saying a whole bunch of other stuff. Again, why do you think Intel started making less money due to the fact that they started saying, oh, Intel's all bad and that and this and that? All right. As Rock does. The Tai Chi boards are really nice. Yeah, you can technically in a way. Not really. Intel's a lot better than AMD on some things, and AMD's better on than Intel on some things. And now price to performance, you can't say that the price to performance is better for AMD anymore. That's why AMD has hurt themselves with putting the prices so high. Can no longer do that. Unfortunately, right? AMD used to be the king for price to performance. Now they're not. They're basically with everyone else. Yeah, I heard the 8600Gs got really good memory controllers, if you don't know. Really good. Wild Spade. Why'd you just change a picture? You know, they just change your picture so fast. Because of what it is. Again, it's not a gaming CPU. It can game. It's not a gaming CPU. Yep. And apparently gaming's worth the money. Probably. Yep. Expensive is better. It's not. It's not always better. Oh yeah, how's the machinist boards versus that Jihyun? I was checking those out, and the machinist boards actually look fairly good. Jihyun is, I don't know. They look good, but I don't know how well they perform. 8700K is pretty good gaming for the time. Wasn't even the top dog, but it performed just as good as AMD's top dog at the time. Only 6 core, 12 thread. It's a really nice CPU, to be honest. Yep. Oh yeah, okay. What about this Yun? So yeah, they do. They look good in my opinion. And they're cheaper boards. I mean, like really cheap. Player for her Sims games. Yeah, it's a good cheap option. 10400F. It's a good cheap option. There's nothing wrong with it. Low watts too, which is again good. Don't have to spend money on a crazy power supply either. R55600, okay. Well, let me know how good it is. Hopefully it's decent. Yeah, way different than what they used to be. 100%. Way different than what they used to be. 100%. Way more detailed, not as optimized. No, I don't sell these hats as merch. It is a pretty good CPU. The X is a little bit better in my opinion. You do get more frequency for what? I think it was 20 or 4, not even 4. Yeah, it's about $20 difference. Then you get the X model. Right now. Has to be low power. Do you have one already or? Yeah, the 3600 was a hot CPU though. You think you have the same hat? It's a Milwaukee hat. Do you have a Milwaukee hat? Or no? And what's low power for you there, Gary? What kind of wattage you looking at? Maximum of like 100 watts, 120 watts. Damn hat, nice. It's a decent hat. Fits my little head, so that's all that matters to me. Oh, the machinist is all the way a piece. Wow, brutal. Yeah, 6400 would do. You don't mind being a 4 gigabyte card, but it is low power, dude. Nope. Looking for a low powered card, man. Cheap low powered card. 6400's not bad. Yep, on idle it uses nothing. Nice. Cannot complain about that. Just ships the power. If you ain't looking to do a whole lot of, top end games, it's a good choice. And what's 3 gigahertz going to do for you for a low end GPU? Nothing. Nothing. $22 watts. Wow. And that's paired up with what CPU? What CPU is that paired with? Nice. So the whole system uses like 50 watts max while playing the game. Yeah. Yep, as long as you're not looking to play, a whole bunch of high-end games, is no problem. Nice. Well, I mean, the CPU only draws, I think it's only, what, a 45 watt CPU? Sounds pretty good. Perfect. Yeah.
Like your brain is damaged there, Adams. Or what kind of guitar? Yeah. Ah, it's a small one. Oh, is it a focus or no? Oh, that's a small die. Just over 100-watt card would be decent. No, it's not smaller than that. There's no way. If it only is 300 watts, it's wasting my time, he says. No, it's bigger. It's like twice the size. It's like twice the size, bud. Jeez. It's twice the size. The 6400's twice the size of that one. The 6500 is probably close to the 6400, so I don't know why I'm searching this up. Yeah, it's like the same size as 6400. Yeah, they're the exact same size. 107 millimeters squared. 6400 and the 6500. If I could just find a girl that would tell me that, yeah, right? That'd be the life. Oh. Almost half the size. 4570 to 73 millimeters squared versus what you are saying is 107 millimeters squared. Almost twice the size, bud. Oh, quit arguing with me. Not the size of what I usually hear. Well, aren't you lucky? Mine usually goes, "Aw, ain't that cute?" I know you stand corrected. Again, stop arguing with me.
Yeah, it's still 107 millimeter square is really small. I actually thought it was going to be bigger than that, to be honest. Yeah, both 6,400, 6,500, 107 millimeter square. Think Barbus. What are you talking about? Yeah, I know, because you're going back to like, do you know how old a 4570 is? ATI 4570? Like, it's just a whittle card. And how old it is? You know, ATI, man. It's ATI card. They didn't have really big dies back then. Fairly small dies and not. The bus is PCI 4 by 4. Ugh. Oh, this is pretty easy. Bye, buddy. Ah, so annoying. Four by 4. What's a good brand? What's a good brand? And not a GPU brand. They made RAM before. What? MSRP. You gotta go off of MSRP for a price or another. What's up? Go get it. Why not you? Just finish eating, just relaxing right now. That's what I'm doing. Glad you're doing good. That's so. I've never been a fan of Danish, to be honest. Danish is.
What are these? 2.5 volts. Okay, those are very useful for me. Nice. Anything good with sugar on it? Give me some of that sugar. No idea. Not very efficient, though. If someone's name is efficient animal, I don't think you're very efficient. Oh my God, yeah. By where? And no doubt. No doubt. That's different. You can't overclock the computer that's in it to make your truck better. You have to do tuning on the software. Oh. You gotta explain yourself a bit more. You're talking to someone that literally lives under a rock. Holy, €173. Because they're cool. Don't really care for bugs. Oh, pounds. Hold on, I figured out the conversion here. Holy moly! $320 Canadian. Seems like it's a little much.
$320. That's brutal. That's actually brutal. No. Haven't watched any movies or shows or anything in a long time. £75 for that. So why didn't you buy a name brand board for that price? Just wanted to test it? No, I haven't watched that parody of Pirates of the Caribbean yet. Well, he can show you how quickly he can shuffle you into his deck. Spit you right out. No. He literally just made this account today. So he's not very efficient. If he has to make an account every day, it's kind of brutal in my opinion. Or did you not get that before they're efficient? Probably not. They're not very efficient. Ah, I'll take a break from sim racing. Oh, I wish my back would just go in. Oh, I'd be so happy. I told you. I already knew who it was. He's just not very smart. That's why he's not very efficient. Oh, I love dealing with these people. Oh, just don't get obsessed, people. I really don't get obsessed. Like, what is with obsessed people? Yeah. Oh, just wait. Get 5 minutes. 5 minutes. How long it should take? What if he even knows how I know who he is and all of his accounts? He can talk different every single time. I already know who he is. As soon as he comes on. As soon as he's on the channel. Oh. Nope. Not mine. Mr. Anderson. Oh. Mine's been pretty smart. After I banned him, he hasn't come back. I'll just ban him again. Make him, like, it takes way longer for him to make an account than it is for me to ban him. I've already banned 15 of his accounts, so. I don't think he wants to waste more time, which is probably hours of work to do another 15 accounts. Yeah, and Dick Anderson now, I've also banned 3 of his accounts now. So if he continues it up, I just don't get people, man. I can ban his whole IP, so anyone around his location will be banned. I can ban him straight from if he uses his phone, and ban him there too. It's not hard. Some people just have no life, apparently. Like, no life. I thought I had no life sometimes. Simple. He's part of our Discord channel. He is trying to sell laptops to people. He's not a very good friend. Exactly, Wi-Fi for nothing. It's just not a good friend. That's not a friend. You should find better friends. That's what you classify a friend. You should definitely reconsider things and reconsider a whole lot. I think you should go into some sort of therapy and or group session to talk about it. This is not the channel for it, though. Travel anywhere? I don't know. I actually don't know where I would travel. Oh, I don't know. Oh, Brazil sounds pretty good. Florida's got some nice beaches, if you know what I mean. Yep, you've been drinking and I've been thinking. I think there's a little bit of difference between us. Oh, my back is so sore. It's very interesting. I don't even know what that is. Can't live under a rock. Oh, I just can't get comfortable. My back is just so sore. So sore. Oh, is there good beaches there? I have to search this up or something? Because I don't want to move too much. Seems like my back just keeps getting sore and sore as the day goes. Now, I hope the beaches are free. Oh. Not those beaches.
Looks like a nice place though. Looks like a nice place. Terrible place though. An absolute terrible place. Looks nice. Terrible place. Fuji? What are you talking about? Yeah, it looks like a nice place. It ain't a nice place. I was gonna say, what are you talking about? Fiji. Fuji is like, it gets more like, Mount Fuji and Fuji Film or something like that. That looks kind of nice too. Nice clear waters. Oh, enduro racing. Oh, oh. But like, what island would you want to go on? It's gotta be a specific island. That's what I'm typing. Like, what island would you want to go on? There's like, a lot of islands, so. How's it going, Rom? Oh. Uh. Call the main, yeah. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, Taiwan would be a good place to go for check out different tech. Tokyo, yeah, Tokyo too. Mm. No, I haven't been up to much. Just trying to relax a little bit. My back is really sore. Singapore is a very nice place to go, apparently. Yeah, no good. No good at all. Very, very sore. It hurts to breathe. Oh boy. Yeah, I've been thinking about it. How's your day been going? Mars. Italy? Yeah. Italy sounds pretty good too. I'd have to say Mars though. Because Venus is too big. There's a lot more involved with going to Venus than just terraforming it. In a way. Why terraform a planet when apparently there's probably a planet somewhere in our solar system we could go to. In galaxy. Yeah, 500 degrees plus how big it is, how much gravity would be there, right? Nice. A mile run. Jeez. Well, thank you. That seems some weights would be nice to do. My back wasn't so dang sore. I mean, Mars is pretty hot too, there, boy. Mars is pretty hot there too. Yeah, it's hot and cold. Yep. Terraforming anything would be terrible. In ways, yes. It gets really cold. Jeez, should have taken off the hoodie. It's a warm day today. Better than Venus still. Terrible gases on it. Gravity would crush you. Less gravity, we would be fine. No, you'd have to worry about gravity on Venus. And one of the worst things, we could figure out a way to get the temperature down, and then all the actual gases that are apparently around it or on it. You'd have to worry about gravity. That's what we theorize, yeah, but it's big. It's way bigger than Earth. Yep. It is too violent to consider colonizing. Yep. Kids are still young. No, they're not. Oh, wow. Yeah, they are. Apparently they are. My bad. What about all the gases? Sulfuric acid clouds, carbon dioxide. What about all the gases? It's not a Goldilocks. Mars at least doesn't have all the gases. Sulfuric acid clouds. Carbon dioxide you'd technically be able to get rid of with just plants. How you can get rid of all the sulfur? Yeah, sun's radiation would be one thing you have to worry about. What would the comments do? You just saying the comments because it can put down maybe some water, some ice? Yeah, just getting the volcanoes to stop doesn't go solve things. The gravity would be about the same on Venus. Mars is less gravity, so get used to that. Easier than more gravity. Gravity would actually be the same on Venus. They have the same mass, apparently. Fairly similar mass. That's fine. The volcanoes stopped. Planet would cool, but what about the sun? Maybe the volcanoes are there because of how hot it is. How would the sun not be an issue? The technically would be closer to solar flares too. Solar flares would hit harder. Electronics would be a very tough thing to have there. So it would be a huge issue. No. Temperature. You're closer to the sun. You could literally create your own atmosphere, technically. Just have how much carbon dioxide there, plant a bunch of trees, and as long as you get some water, plant some trees, it takes away the carbon dioxide, puts in oxygen. Eventually, there would be an atmosphere buildup. I wouldn't mind a longer year. Would you mind a longer year? Would you mind a shorter year? Would you want a shorter year? Would you want to have a shorter year so technically you could say you lived longer? Or would you want a longer year so that way you're not as old? Explored them, but that's exploring them. That's not breaking down what would actually have to be done. And then again, you'd have to put them in the Goldilocks zone. You can't change the actual position of these planets. If you do, you're going to take a whole bunch of other things out of orbit. Bad things can happen. They're not in the Goldilocks zone. Mars gets too cold and too hot. Venus gets way too hot. How is that the Goldilocks zone? How is it in the Goldilocks zone? I want to know how they are technically in the Goldilocks zone. Even stopping the volcanoes on Venus, you're still too close to the sun. Even getting rid of all the sulfuric acid, getting rid of the carbon dioxide, considered habitable, but how you get rid of the temperatures? You would literally have to make caves and stay down inside the caves to stay away from the sun. theory is not going to make it so that way it's work. Oh. So sorry. Okay, good. We got the oxygen. How do you stop it from getting too hot and too cold? That's probability. That's not even plausibility. You want plausibility. Probability can be so many things. Again, it's just theorized, speculative nonsense. My opinion. That's my opinion. People like to waste their time thinking about ways to habitize a planet that is not habitizable, and so be it. The atmosphere created would stabilize that. No, it would not. No, it does not. No. Bad. No. It does not work that way. Just having an atmosphere does not stabilize a planet to be habitable. Yes, a magnetic field would be nice to have. And the core, there should technically be a core due to the fact that it gets hot and cold, which means, and is there enough mass to actually make a core that is hot? From pictures and everything that they've been checking out, no. Which means it's just a lump of rock. Right? It's just a lump of rock. That would technically be not enough mass, right? So technically there's no core. It technically wouldn't be a core. Right? They say, oh, we found water in that. That's just to make news and stuff like that. Make it so that way NASA still makes money, or these telescopes and that are worth the money for searching and wasting people's, or not wasting people's, but people's time researching and taking pictures of Mars and sending stuff to Mars. It's wasting all these, all wasting taxpayers' money on the robots that are on Mars. So much money wasted for what? For what? Yep. Yep, and in the atmosphere. How was it him? These robots weren't there when he was in. It was after. It was after him. Why are you saying that? Because of the space race. No, it can help stabilize it, though. As in not push it out so far to where... Who cares if I was born in the 80s? You do know I watch documentaries about all this kind of stuff, right? Or have in the past. Oh my God. Who cares about 3 Mile Island? We're talking about something completely different. What I was talking about was the robots on Mars. They were not there back in the 80s or the 90s. Ah, damn, bringing up absolute nonsense again. I don't know. Not sure why we're even talking about. I just said that. I literally just said that. Did you not listen to me? I literally just said that. You're literally repeating what I just said there, Skeets. Holy crap, man. And yet you asked if I was born in the or alive in the 80s. What's it matter? I still know the facts on this stuff. What, open it back up to the public? Is it safe? Is it within the limits of radiation now? But they're still producing some sort of radiation they're born. Oh, really? Wouldn't they have to, like, fix it all up? Like, everything would have to be reworked. Why would they want to do that? Like, that'd be a waste of money. Like, everything would have to be reworked. Because I'm not, they probably have sent people in there. Because waters are great. Because they need the water. Why would it not be around the Great Lakes? They need something to cool it. Where are you getting acid rain from cooling nuclear reactors? That's not how acid rain is made. Yeah, I would have to look into that too. I didn't think they would, yeah, because again, they would want to do it if it was made back then. The design's not going to be the same as nowadays, which is way more efficient, completely like re-engineered nuclear power plants. So why would they go back to an older tech and have to rework everything anyways? That just sounds like a waste of time and money. Like the reactor cores are completely different now. Completely different. For acid rain, no. Oh, it probably would. It probably would scare a lot of people, to be honest. Yeah. But acid rain with the nuclear power plants that we have nowadays, especially the 150 that are around the Great Lakes, apparently, they are around the Great Lakes so that way they can siphon in the cold water to cool things. You got to be able to cool everything or else stuff goes really hot. This is, they need it to make steam, right? So they got to cool it, get the steam, and that's where we get our electricity. So why would they not build it around big pools of water? Which ones were built in the 50s to the 70s? The 150 nuclear reactors around the Great Lakes? They've probably been redesigned by then. Properly shut down, worked on. Now, unless they're still working on the old ways of doing it, because it's just not as efficient. I'd have to look into it. So bad way of doing it. So they got shut down. The reactors nowadays are 100% safe. Nowadays, yeah, the fail safes nowadays are completely it's because they redesigned the cores and how they are made to make sure that the heat stays and everything doesn't go into critical state. And there's a whole big design of the cores that got redesigned. I think they got redesigned in the 90s or early 2000s. I think it was the 90s, to be honest, but it could have been the early 2000s where the cores got completely redesigned. Yep. That tech it's old. The nuclear power plants have been around for a long time. It's just safety precautions nowadays completely changed. Efficiency is completely way better now, even though it was still really good back in the days. Havelock Hero was born in 1975. I'm an ancient lassie. I don't think you're an ancient lassie. Oh, man. You gotta find out the hard way. Don't do it. Havelock, though. Never been to Havelock. Yep, it takes a very long time. Uh, Best thing you can do is dilute it. Costs money though. I should probably get my fingers all ready to go. Please remember. Uranium's very hard. Right? Because it's very hard. Why would you not use your uranium, right? Right? Why would you not? Yep. Nuclear power reactor cores. Uranium itself actually comes from the ground, but okay. I'm gonna probably mute you, Skeet, if you keep going with this uranium crap. Very boring to talk about some very nonchalant stuff that does not have to do with this channel. Not keeping it fresh. Yeah, most things I already know. You gotta be more thorough on different categories if you want to talk to me about other things. If not, you're just gonna bore me on the knowledge that you think is correct. You're gonna need a good Google and fast hands. Low voltage prevent clock from hitting the correct one. Depending on load and that, everything. Remember, as more load is put onto we're just gonna talk about CPUs. If you put more load on a CPU with higher clocks, the voltages technically will go down, right? Does that make sense there? Unless you lock the voltage, right? You can lock the voltage, which can help stabilize some things too. If you're constantly using an actual overclock for all cores type deal, you can lock the cores, but hitting the actual core frequency that you want, that's higher than normal, you're going to need more voltage times amperage is wattage. That's how they're linked. That's the only way they're linked. Amp and voltage is what you need to look at. Yeah, my back is so sore right now. To stabilize a core frequency that's higher than normal for the voltages that you're at, some CPUs can do it better. Some CPUs have silicon lottery, as in they don't need as much voltage for high clock rates, right? It depends on how well the actual die has been made. If we're just talking as in just overclocking to get a higher clock rate, you're getting more voltage, which is definitely another amperage is involved into this too. More voltage to stabilize the actual stock clock. Okay, well, stock clock, you don't need to worry about stock clock then. It could just be bad silicon, to be honest. Not everything's made the same, right? So you might need to up the voltage, and things degrade. If you're having higher temperatures with higher voltages, depending on what the CPU is wanting, motherboard's giving, then things can change. You can degrade CPUs. So idle, demote, and promote? No. We talk, but there's still tons of CPU OC potential. Okay, one message at a time there, Yanni. One message at a time there, Yanni. One message at a time there, Yanni. That's just making it so that way that's a waste. It's a waste of hydro, man. That's literally just a waste of hydro. You're making it so your CPU doesn't hit the C states in the operating system, basically. Terrible efficiency is what you did, basically. How can you get more 1 gigahertz on air? If you technically could do 1 gigahertz on air if there was an air cooler that can handle the power that we now have to have. We're not on a single core or 2 cores anymore, everybody. We're on 24 cores. We're on 16 cores. We're on 196 cores. You're gonna need a pretty beefy air cooler to cool that many cores. We're not on the same thing we used to be at. That's why we cannot hit these clock rates. These insane overclock rates on air anymore. The 8320, it did a single core clock rate. Single core. Do all core. I dare you to do an all core 1 gigahertz on it. On air. I dare you. I'll show you the motherboard what happens when you start doing stuff like that. Let alone the air cooler. The motherboard needs to be able to handle it. Yeah, overclocking on air is pointless on these CPUs that we have nowadays. The 8320 did a single core boost. Actually, go with the 9590, did a 5 gigahertz single core, but it's hitting 70 degrees Celsius on a single core. Single core. Ooh. No, you can't have my email. Because you can literally see my one of my emails for YouTube. Limiting wattage means you have to limit the voltage. Or make sure the CPU cannot go into a full load. All core full load. That's how you would have to limit something like that. And remember, voltage times amperage equals wattage. You need the voltage to keep stability, and you need the amperage to make sure that there is that correct amount at all times. Yeah, default, so that way you can actually hit the proper down clocks when you're on idle. It's the best thing to do. Do you have access to the mail? Why would I not have access to one of my emails mail? I have like 30 emails for different things. Oh, just I have a PayPal for a reason. If you want to help out the channel, have PayPal. I won't be opening up an email from just random things. I don't know why people think they are smart for some reason. You want to help out? I got PayPal. You don't got PayPal? Make one. If you don't want to help out that badly to make a PayPal account, that's also fine with me. Oh. So? Oh, I'm not opening it. Sorry. I said you send it, but nothing got sent. No, my back is so sore, man. You have no idea. It literally hurts to breathe. Oh.
Yeah. So let me ask you something. Since your name is there too, why do you have a name of a dead person? Why do you steal people's information? Hey, Yanni. Is that so? Is that so? Would you like me to send out your name to everyone on YouTube so that way they can search you up as well? Why would I not? It's not illegal. Fraud is. Yep. You're in the obituaries. You know what those are? You have a name of an actual, like you're, just don't get people. His real name to email through his actual interact. There's ways to do it. Not hard. Yep. No other information other than obituaries of a white old man. If you go to Discord, this Discord picture doesn't even show that. People just think they're smart. It's like how I have people on my PayPal trying to request thousands of dollars. It's like, I don't know what you think you're going to request thousands of dollars for. It ain't going to happen. Not sure why people would want to search me up anyways. You're going to get old information from about 12 years ago where I used to live about 12, 14 years ago. Nowhere where I live now. Again, some of us are smarter than others. Unfortunately. It is what it is. People think they're smart, but they're not. Just like how the one person that keeps spamming, harassing on the YouTube channel and on the Discord channel, he gets an IP ban. If he continues, there can be lawsuits done. And people don't know these things. They literally don't know these things. An IP ban, as in YouTube tracks down their IP address. Guess what? Once YouTube has the IP address and they somehow continue to do it, harass and or spam the chats and stuff like that, there can be lawsuits. Easy peasy money for me. Continue, please. I want to. Sorry, Annie. I can't find you anywhere on the internet besides a white old man. If you're not on the internet besides a white old man, I will not be going into and or accepting cash that way. That's why there's a PayPal. Sorry. Don't matter if it's true or not. If you don't have a PayPal or do not want to make one, that's okay. I do not need your money.
I don't know if the $100 in your bank account's safe, man. Careful. Careful, man. Oh. What's up, Donnie? How goes your day there, Donnie? Oh, I'm very sorry. Yes, Yanni, I know. You can say what you like, but it's the internet. You gotta realize that it's the internet. I do have a PayPal, so if you would like to help out this channel through PayPal, I do have a PayPal. Just click on it. You can see my first name, somewhat, and that too. If you want to find more information, you can try to find more information on me too. We can't, though, unfortunately. Oh, not too much right now. Too sore. Yep. Again, it's the internet, man. You gotta play it safe on the internet. Some of us are better at playing safe than others. Not paranoia, buddy. I know, you could say that. Not paranoia, just some of us are smarter than others. Some of us have to be. I threw my back out some point last night. Probably tossing and turning. So I threw my back out. Yep. Nope. You're gonna have to. Oh, it is a terrible feeling. It's all good. I got a bad back. I have an extra vertebrae, L1S6, not fully formed, so kind of get used to it, but still sucks breathing, moving. Oh. Give me 1 sec. I'll be right back. Oh. Oh. It's here if anybody wants it. Oh. Concerned over privacy? Nah. As someone that lives alone and has been through more than most people could even imagine, I'm quite alright with strangers showing up. So privacy is not a big deal. Again, on YouTube. Yep. But until I get things sorted out, I gotta be a nice guy. My back's so sore. I don't even take pills. I don't do drugs. I don't drink. I don't do nothing. I'll go out eventually. Back will get better eventually. Eventually. Just click on it and donate. It's not hard. I've had many people do it, so it's not too bad. Say you can do it, you can do it. Again, you don't have to, though. Yeah, I've had a lot of people request of thousands of dollars. It's like, sorry, buddy, if I had thousands of dollars to give away, I would. But I don't. I know. Not saying you. Not saying you, Yanni. I have. Oh, it hasn't happened. Oh. Yeah, still though, PayPal's technically better, just the fact that YouTube takes forever to pay, plus I have to do a bunch of few other things to finalize YouTube. They make you jump through hoops. So PayPal is actually good. Always nice to have. Because it's a lot faster than YouTube. YouTube's brutal. It really is brutal. Brutal. Yeah, I got, I think, 5 members now, which is kind of nice. 5 or 6.
Six. 6 of them. 2 OC level, 3 layer level, 2 OC level, and 1 top dog level. Credit card? You have to put money on your PayPal or have it set up in a way to transfer from a bank account. So no. I don't think so. PayPal is very secure. Very secure. So no, I don't think you can, to be honest. I don't know. I don't have a credit card. I don't gamble. I don't have those credit cards. I have a lot of things. Why spend money when you don't have money? Just to owe more money. That's the way I look at it. It's the way I look at it. Not everyone looks at it the same way, though. Up, Skylake. That's a kind of a lot of people money. You know? Like, please do. Please do. You can pay off my car.